Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
Dear members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, like mentioned during dinner yesterday, my name is Tobias Andersson, and I am the chairman of the Committee of Industry and Trade, which hosts this interparliamentary conference on EU's future energy supply. The meeting is both streamed online and recorded. We have close to 100 parliamentarians registered for the meeting from almost 30 chambers and parliament. A large majority of EU's member states are represented, but so are also 6 candidate countries and lovely Norway. I would like to specifically express my gratitude for our Ukrainian friends that managed to be here during these dark times in Europe. You have our support, both in regard of today's topic and in general. I welcome you all to Sweden, but not just to Sweden. I welcome you to the former second chamber of the Swedish Parliament, Sveriges Riksdag, the home of Swedish democracy. The building that we are currently in dates back to 1905, and this chamber was used from then up until 1971, when Sweden incorporated a one-chamber system. Swedish Parliament as an institution, though, and the Swedish democracy in itself dates back long before that. Actually, Sweden celebrates 500 years this year, marking 500 years of sovereignty since Gustav Vasa was crowned king 1523. Thereby, he laid the foundation for the greatness that would follow. But there were, of course, monarchs and strokes of democracy and statehood for hundreds of years before that in Sweden. All of this taking place before the regal ship Vasa that we ate dinner next to yesterday sank. A lot has happened since, and if we fast forward to where the Swedish Parliament is today, I would like to address the topics of this conference, namely challenges and opportunities for the EU's future energy supply. Since we will listen to many experts during the day, and since Ebba Busch, the Minister for Energy, Business and Industry, will describe Sweden's role within the EU regarding the topic, I will focus on Sweden. The electricity produced in Sweden is around 98% fossil-free, making it one of the most, if not the most, environment-friendly energy mixes in Europe. This is mainly thanks to our good conditions for hydroelectric power, which constitutes around 40% of our production. The other main contributor is nuclear power, which stands for around 30%. Together, these two sources of predictable power production results in a stable, fossil-free energy mix. Ordinary heating power constitutes up to almost 10% of output, and then together with wind and a tiny bit of solar, we reach 100%. A normal year, we produce around 150 up to 170 terawatt hours in output. On an annual basis, we are net exporters of electricity. Although the volumes differ, the last couple of years it's been around 20 to 30 terawatt hours. Our need for temporary import has risen though, and the resulting challenges connects well with today's topics. This energy mix and energy system has served Sweden well, resulting in low prices on electricity and therefore a strong competitiveness for our traditional industries. Now, with new technologies and industries emerging, with traditional industries trying to electrify their industrial processes, and with the electrification of transports and so on, the demand for fossil-free electricity is skyrocketing, both in Sweden and in Europe. As a politician, it is therefore well needed to work closely with academia, state agencies, the industries themselves, as well as neighboring countries to try and solve these challenges that lay ahead, both in regard to power production, but also in order to maintain or create, when that is needed, a strong and stable energy system. Sweden is trying to do our part. All parties in the Swedish Parliament are devoted to increasing our production of electricity. There are differences on how to move forward and what sort of production, but everyone understands the need, and no one sees fossil fuel as a long-part solution. Worth mentioning to current debates within the EU is that the new Swedish government, for the first time in decades, consists only of parties in strong favor of new nuclear power. And within the Swedish Parliament, there is a broad support for this as well. Not from everyone, but from a majority. A majority that is more likely to grow than decrease during the next couple of years. My time is limited here, so that has to conclude my short introduction on the situation in Sweden in regard of today's topics. I am sure that we will have much to learn from each other regarding both successes and failures connecting to these topics. We need to, because we share many of the same obstacles and issues. Hopefully, this conference will help us to tackle them. As a chairman and host, I will be here to guide you throughout the day, during which we will be listening to interesting speakers from both politics and academia. Together, we will also take part in discussions and exchange of views. Besides that, we will have the opportunity to learn from the exhibition outside that shows some innovative Swedish technologies that can help to deal with the EU's energy challenges, hosted by the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences. I will soon continue speaking, but from my chair over there, and go through the details of our first session. With that being said, thank you and welcome. It's me again. And we will now move to the first session on our agenda, which includes 5 speakers. I will not open the floor for questions or comments during this part of the conference, but you can already now make requests for the floor by putting your name on the list of speakers through the iPads that has been placed on your seats. And as I mentioned before, the session 2 will be dedicated to these questions and comments. And please note that the iPads have been pre-programmed to each participant's seat. So I advise you to not change seat or change iPads. Then you will not get your own name once you try to apply for the list of speakers. You will be requested and added automatically once you add your name through the iPad. If there would be any technical differences or issues, you may search anyone from the staff and they will help you out. Once we get the speaker list up, you will only see the first 10 names on the list, but that doesn't mean that you haven't been added. And like mentioned, if you have any questions, please ask the staff. With that being said, I would now like to warmly welcome our first speaker, which is Dr. Timur Gul, who is Head of Energy Technology Policy Division on the International Energy Agency. The floor is yours for around 10 minutes, and I think you were planning to show some slides, so we do hope that the technology will work for us today. Please, Mr. Gul.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and indeed, yeah, the technology works. We're off to a great start here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, distinguished guests, for the honor to speak to you today here about Europe's energy security challenge. I was a student in Stockholm more than 20 years ago, and I was always wondering how the Riksdag looks from inside. So thank you to the EU presidency of Sweden to give me that opportunity, in addition to addressing you here. Let me now first say that it's been, of course, more than 1 year since Russia launched its brutal invasion of Ukraine, which continues to have catastrophic humanitarian impact, of course, and to our Ukrainian friends here, the IEA always has stood and continues to stand in full solidarity. It has, of course, been also a massive shock to energy markets, and at the IEA we have been persistently warning for months before the invasion that Russia was distorting natural gas markets by reducing delivery to Europe. Since then, we have continued to provide support and advice to governments on how to rapidly reduce reliance on Russian energy and manage the global energy crisis. And so for my intervention today, I would like to focus on 3 main points. First, conclusions on how Europe performed during that first year of that global energy crisis. Second, the interdependencies and new energy security risk that come with some of the clean energy technology responses to the energy crisis. And third, a view to the competitiveness challenge that Europe's industry is facing. Let me start first, and I was probably a bit ambitious on the technology. No, there we go. Let me start first by some first conclusions on Europe's performance during the global energy crisis. There are still a lot of uncertainties, of course, but at the IEA we believe that we can already draw at least 3 main conclusions. First, Russia played the energy card and it didn't win. If you look at the latest data, Russian oil and gas revenues in the year to March 2023 were more than 50% lower than the year before, as Russia's share in gas demand of the EU dropped below 10%. Russia now faces the likelihood of further declines in oil and gas output and a permanent loss of standing in the world. It is not only losing major customers, but also access to key technologies and financing. The second conclusion is that government policies really do matter. Let me give you here 3 key examples that were all underpinned by policy intervention. The first one is about capacity additions of solar PV and wind in the EU, which surged by more than 40% year on year on the back of policy support in many EU countries. Heat pumps also recorded a significant jump in sales across Europe. Nearly 3 million euros were sold in 2022, an increase of almost 40% compared with the previous year, achieved by providing financial support in many countries. Third, electric car sales increased by 15% last year in Europe, cementing Europe's place as the 2nd largest electric car market in the world after China. Growth in the EU was somewhat lower than in previous years, but it comes against the backdrop of a slightly shrinking overall car market, bringing up the share of EVs in total sales to 1/5 last year. And on CO2 emissions, the standard by which our actions are being measured when it comes to climate change, such policy efforts were extremely helpful. Emissions dropped by 2.5% last year, despite worries early in the year that suggested the opposite. And so the third conclusion here is that even though we are not out of the woods yet, not out of the energy crisis yet, we have bought at least some time for ourselves. Time for bold policy to work, time to implement the structural changes, including significantly stepping up investment in clean energy technologies that will insulate energy systems against future volatility. As I said, investment in clean energy technologies is a key way to insulate energy systems against future volatility, but also to address climate change, of course. But with all the benefits of clean energy technologies, we must be mindful of the challenges and the new energy security risks that are associated with their supply chains. We just released in January a publication called Energy Technology Perspectives, where we analyzed comprehensively the current state and future prospects of key global clean energy technology supply chains, from mining to mineral processing to material production and manufacturing operations. And what we found is that these supply chains today are heavily geographically concentrated, which is a concern, of course, because concentration at any point and along any supply chain is a risk, making the supply chain vulnerable to incidents overall. In the case of clean energy technologies, the discussion typically focuses on concentration risks, typically focuses on the mining sector, understandably so. When you look at the top 3 producer countries for a couple of key selected minerals, you find that around 80% of global production, in the case of cobalt 90% for lithium and around 45% for copper, comes from the top 3 producing countries. But concentration is not limited to mining alone. As we move further downstream in supply chains, we see very high degrees of concentration as well. For example, minerals must be processed and refined before they become materials that can be used, and such activity shows a very similar level of geographical concentration today as well. Bulk materials are important for clean energy technology supply chains. Steel and aluminium, for example, are used to produce electric cars, wind turbines, etc. Such materials are produced at scales that are order of magnitude larger than critical minerals, and they are mature market, but still very high levels of geographical concentration here as well. But for the manufacturing of new and emerging clean energy technologies, we can see consistently high degrees of geographical concentration. More than 70% of production capacity and up to 85% is held by the top 3 producer countries for batteries, for onshore wind, for solar PV, heat pumps and electrolyzers. And when you look at the largest individual producer country, you can see that China plays a dominant role virtually everywhere, with the one exception being mining, where resource endowment is the critical factor and not a policy effort for a country's position. But for any other step, China is the largest producer country today and is likely to remain so for years to come for some of the key components of solar PV and battery supply chains. For example, China already today has significant excess capacity and operates at low utilization rates. As my final point, I would like to spend a few moments on the competitiveness of existing and new industries, which is a key concern for policymakers in Europe, and I'm sure particularly important in your discussions here today. Understanding industrial competitiveness, of course, requires a careful look at the relative strength and weaknesses for an effective participation in the new energy economy that is emerging. Access to low-cost energy, for example, is a competitive advantage, as it can lead to lower production costs for energy and commodities, and that's a concern for Europe, not least in the context of the global energy crisis. This point is not going to be fully disappearing with a clean energy economy. Let's take hydrogen as an example. Virtually all of the hydrogen today is produced from natural gas and coal, typically at a cost of around $1 to $3 per kilogram. Hydrogen produced from electrolyzers tends to be more expensive today, but production costs are set to plummet by 2030 from the falling costs of renewables, from the falling costs of electrolyzers and hydrogen storage. hydrogen from electrolyzers could then become competitive with conventional routes in areas with low-cost renewable electricity, even without subsidy. However, just as oil and natural gas cost less to produce in some countries than in others, there will be significant variation in hydrogen production cost, mainly because of the underlying differences in the cost of renewable electricity. Our analysis shows that production cost in 2030 could be significantly lower in countries like China, India, and the United States than in Japan and Western Europe, which has knock-on effects, of course, on the cost of industrial commodities that could be produced using this hydrogen, such as primary steel production. Europe is currently at the forefront here of efforts to develop and deploy innovative processes for producing steel with dramatically lower CO2 emissions, which is very important to capture future markets here for such type of steel. In the medium term, Europe and other high-cost regions at the innovation frontier will be able to maintain a competitive position if products in the market are differentiated according to their emission footprint. But in the longer term, more countries will be able to compete in the market for these commodities, and then cost will once again be critical because commodities like steel are traded in fiercely competitive international markets. Of course, production cost is not the only determinant of competitiveness. The size of the domestic market, the skills of the workforce, potential synergies and spillovers between existing and new industries are other critical factors, but countries will need to carefully consider where to specialize domestically and where and when establishing strategic partnerships or making direct investments in third countries is a viable alternative. With that, I'd like to thank the committee once again for the kind invitation for the IEA to speak to this distinguished audience, and I look very much forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gold, for that introduction of today. And we will now pass the floor to Mechthild Worsdorfer, who is Deputy Director General of the Directorate General for Energy at the European Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Chair, dear Mr. Anderson, honorable members of the Industry and Trade Committee, and also dear members of national parliaments. It's a pleasure to be here in this fantastic room today, and thank you again also for hosting the dinner in the museum last night. I will start with some measures we took in this unprecedented crisis which affected Europe last year, 2022. It already started by the end of October, or by the end of 2021 in October, where we saw higher energy prices when we came out of the COVID crisis. There, member states, the European Commission already reacted with measures, what we call a toolbox, mainly on the social side, and to look at the prices. But all that got to an unprecedented energy crisis more than a year ago when Russia invaded Ukraine. And I'm very happy also to see members of the Ukrainian Parliament here. The European Commission fully supports Ukraine on all fronts, but also on energy. So it's really an important part of our work. We work together, by the way, also in that region with the energy community, so in order to step up all efforts. This invasion and the following energy crisis became very much also an economic crisis. It destabilized all the energy markets, and we had to act together. The first key reaction in March 2022 is what we call the Repower EU, so all measures to reduce our dependence from Russian fossil fuels or Russian gas in particular. In order to do so, we had three objectives, and I always start with energy efficiency first. So energy efficiency measures, energy saving measures are and were crucial, and I will come back to it. Secondly, we decided very, very quickly to diversify our supplies from non-Russian suppliers. Norway is here, US, and other parts of the world. And thirdly, we want to accelerate our clean energy transition. So we are accelerating, and we saw the figures from Dr. Gül about the EU, how they accelerated wind and solar. So we want to accelerate renewables, all low-carbon fuels, including nuclear for the countries who have nuclear, and I know Sweden is investing more and more. So this is a third objective to accelerate the clean energy transition. But in order to cope with that crisis, unprecedented in Europe last year, the European Commission proposed a number of emergency measures. I've been working more than 10 years in the energy policy area. We never did, at such speed, propose emergency measures for all the EU countries. And those were about setting targets for gas storage filling, about demand reduction. We also introduced inframarginal price caps and solidarity contribution. So looking at those who were the winners of the price increase, that they also contribute to help member states and in particular vulnerable consumer, but also industry. We looked at accelerating permitting procedures, at diversification, and where needed, some of the infrastructure upgrades, because it was clear that the gas wouldn't flow anymore from east to west, but it would be within the West and the partners in other countries. The results of those measures are quite impressive. First of all, there were and is solidarity among the 27 EU member states and beyond. So we could adopt those crisis measures in record time. Also, for example, gas demand reduction has been extremely efficient, and between August last year and March this year, we have saved more than 18% of gas compared to the average of the 5 previous years. This is due partly to a mild winter, but also to a lot of efforts from consumer, industry, and households. I would like to thank the Swedish presidency, because in end of March, there was a decision in the Energy Council to prolong this temporary measure 1 more year on the gas demand reduction, so it continues as we go for the coming winter. I mentioned the gas storage regulation with an obligation to fill gas storage by 90% on 1st of November. We are right now, in beginning mid-April, at 56% of gas storage filling, which coming out of the winter is historically high. The average of previous winters were 36%. So we managed to keep the gas storage filling despite less Russian gas coming in. And to look at the imports from Russia, which were in the EU and depending on the EU member states, our historic main gas supplier, it has fallen by 47% from 150 BCM in 2021 to 80 BCM in 2022. So in January this year, Russian gas imports by pipeline were well below 10% of total EU imports. It was close to 50% before. LNG imports are rising from 80 BCM to 135 BCM, and as I said, the main supplier trading partners on LNG are US and Norway, and we are grateful that they stepped up here. So in that sense, we passed the winter 22-23 without major hiccups. Still, we have faced incredible high energy prices. August last year was the peak. We managed to get it down to more or less pre-crisis level, but they are still relatively high when we also look at our competitors. So when we look at next winter, so 23-24, we look both still, the crisis is not over, on security of supply and prices. On security of supply, we have started our preparedness action, as I said, on demand reduction, but also both on gas and electricity to be well prepared also for the coming winter. We also looked not only at emergency, but also at other measures which we call Fit for 55, and here again, under the Swedish presidency in March, we could conclude 2 extremely important laws which will enter into force once they are formally adopted. One is on energy efficiency. The Energy Efficiency Directive was provisionally agreed, and we step up with a higher target for 2030 with 11.7%. And also on renewables, we got a provisional agreement with Council and Parliament in Brussels to have an obligatory target for renewables of 42.5 in 2030. This needs to be formally adopted by the European Parliament, but this is really an important step, also medium to long term in 2030, to accelerate energy efficiency and renewables. So a big thanks. It was a tough negotiation between Parliament and Council, and the Swedish presidency was very active. Then, as a new, and that will be my final word, as a new proposal to look at the prices, we need to act. We have an electricity market design in Europe which has been working. It has given benefits over the last 10 years. However, we saw in the crisis it was not enough. And that's why we made a major proposal to reform the electricity market design. And I know also here it's a priority for the Swedish presidency to adopt what we call a general approach in June, but it will also fall the negotiation under the upcoming Spanish presidency. The aim of that reform is really to make the energy bills of European consumers and companies more independent from the short-term market price of electricity. This short-term market price, as we saw last year, had been extremely volatile. So our aim is to look more and offer, with our proposal, more long-term contracts, be it with power purchase agreement, be it with contract for difference. Secondly, we want that the deployment and integration of renewables and other low-carbon fuels are speeded up, and that the use of flexibility solutions such as demand response and storage are incentivized. And third, a very important element of that market design reform, we want to improve consumer protection and consumer empowerment. So this is something which is on the table right now since March, and we are negotiating in the Council, and I know it's also a priority for the European Parliament. This will help also to look at more stable prices in the future. So this is the package which is under negotiation. There's others which we had tabled before where the Swedish presidency is working on, be it on the decarbonization of gas and hydrogen. We spoke about the importance of hydrogen, we heard it before, but also other elements of our energy policy. To complement that, the European Commission has also proposed what we call a Net Zero Industrial Act and a Critical Mineral Act. This covers the important aspect of competitiveness. So on one side, we are working on more deployment, for example, for renewables. On the other side, we are well aware about the need to look and continue to push competitiveness of the European industry, and we are doing so together with the member states. I will stop here. Thank you very much for listening. It has been an honor to be here with such distinguished guests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mechthild, and we will directly go over to Markus Wråke, the CEO at the Swedish Research Institute, Energiforsk. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and a special thank you for inviting me as in a way, representative from the research community to this event today. So, the root cause of the energy crisis of Europe right now is our inability to rid ourselves of the addiction to fossil fuels. We see now the terrible costs of this addiction, the human cost in Ukraine, the geopolitical costs of the European Union that come on top, of course, of the accelerating changes to our climate. So I think Dr. Gull and Ms. Verstoffer is right to identify decarbonization as the principal way to improve energy security in Europe. And on that note, I'm going to give you 3 messages today that I think have very strong also backing from scientific evidence. First, we need to build on that momentum that we now have with regards to energy savings and improved energy efficiency. 2022, of course, saw eye-watering prices on energy, but also very strong political leadership from people like yourself and the EU, and a rise in awareness around energy among the general public that we haven't seen before. And together, these 3 factors, I think, is what made possible the drop in energy use that we just saw Ms. Welsdorfer give examples of. Now, many of these savings, of course, come at a cost for citizens and companies. But they also, I think, give an indication of what's possible. If we can achieve 18% savings in energy, like we just heard, in just a few months, just imagine what we could do with a more long-term and structured strategy focused on energy efficiency. I believe that never before have we had this opportunity to take policy action that is also effective and will have an impact in saving energy in efficient ways. You, I think, should seize that opportunity. My second message is that we need to protect the vulnerable without compromising energy markets. It's critical that we have a broad public support for this transition, otherwise it will be derailed somewhere along the lines. And because of that, a key component of any successful strategy on energy security needs to be helping citizens and companies manage what we do. But at the same time, these high energy prices drive investments in clean energy and efficiency that we need. And in that sense, I think European energy markets, they do work. The high prices that we've seen reflect a real tight supply and a high demand. But still, of course, many perceive that the outcomes of these markets and the distributional effects in the economies are unacceptable. Which, of course, is why we saw and still see these massive programs in almost all member states to shield consumers from the high prices. So to square the circle, our analysis show that we should separate the policies to protect consumers and avoid from those policies that direct energy markets in order to avoid subsidizing energy directly or indirectly in our ambition to help our citizens. Because doing that will not only hinder the transition, but also drive up energy prices. So totally counterproductive. So let me close then by looking at some of the technology options that we have. Broadly, these fall into 4 categories. First, we have direct electrification, where we use electricity directed to replace combustion of a fossil fuel. Our analysis and others clearly show that this should be a core component of any pathway forward, mainly because of the efficiency gains those solutions carry. Second, we have the opportunity to use clean hydrogen as a replacement for fossil fuels. And I think the EU and others are completely right to look very closely at that option. However, we must be aware also that producing green hydrogen, you need lots of electricity to do that. And look at the EU target of producing 10 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030. That will require a massive 400 to 500 terawatt hours of electricity each year, which is more than France produced in total last year, just to give you a sense of that, of the magnitude there. Third category, we have bioenergy, which already plays an important role in many countries, and we believe could still do that in the future. But of course, the pros and cons of bioenergy is hotly debated in many countries right now. And fourth and finally, even if we're successfully deploying many of these technologies I just mentioned, we will likely need carbon capture and storage, preferably combined with bioenergy or other means of reducing the concentration of CO2 in the air. We saw an example in the exhibition out here just now from Stockholm Exergy. And of course, we're going to use technology from all four of these categories, which is a good thing, but also points to the complexity of this transition. And I think no example might be better than bioenergy to that. Put very simply, the debate around bioenergy is dominated by two opposing perspectives. One focuses on the preservation of nature and biodiversity, and the other on the role of bioenergy to reduce fossil fuels. Now, in essence, both these perspectives are correct. They hold important values. The problem is that the way they're simplified and used in debate and policy design, and even in analysis, makes it very difficult to find a sustainable pathway forward, well, never mind finding consensus in that pathway. And the same thing, same types of conflicts appear in almost any technology choice that we have. So I believe that what is actually the most important success factors in almost any pathway to improved energy security is our ability and your ability as politicians to manage these trade-offs. There are choices to be made here. You have to explain these choices to your voters and constituencies. Some of these choices will be easy, and sometimes it will be about choosing the least bad option. So my third and final message to you is to be honest and transparent about these choices and trade-offs and the complexity in what we have to do. Only then, I think, will you be credible. Only then can we rid ourselves of this addiction to fossil fuels that I mentioned in my intro. And only then, I think, can we have true energy security in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus. There's been a couple of late changes in the program that I will announce now. So since the chair of the ITRE committee in the European Parliament, Mr. Busoy, was forced to cancel his participation only a few days ago, I'm very happy to be able to welcome two newly added speakers in our program. It is Guillaume Kasparian, chair on the Committee of Economic Affairs, Assemblée Nationale in France, and Andrei Gerus, chair of the Committee on Energy, Housing and Utility Services at the Ukrainian Parliament. To show some of the geographical differences and diversities on the challenges related to questions of future energy supply, Mr. Kasparian and Mr. Gerus will give two national perspectives on the overall sharing issues that we have. So the floor is yours, Mr. Kasparian. Welcome.
Mesdames et messieurs les présidents de... Messieurs les parlementaires, chers collègues, messieurs les directeurs, merci encore pour votre accueil et pour notre soirée d'échange hier soir.
Thank you very much for welcoming me here, and thank you for yesterday evening. Things are very paradoxical. We now have a real European strategy on energy. We have had for a few months, but at the same time, there's never been so much concern about the subject. Every day, our citizens ask us about energy supplies, and the future of energy and energy supplies. I should point out, first of all, that the EU has shown that it is able to act, to react, and to organize European solidarity during times of crisis. economic recovery post-COVID also was already going through certain tensions at the end of 2021, but the Russian invasion created an unprecedented crisis with a huge surge in energy prices. The first emergency measures were taken under the French presidency of the Council, but I'd like to emphasize the remarkable work which is done during the second half of 2022 by the Czech presidency and the excellent work being done now by the Swedish presidency since the beginning of the year, which means that a number of texts have been adopted, enabling all member states to spend the winter without any major hitches. Managing the crisis has meant that we have reinforced European energy policies in record time. What we have to do now is make some structural choices for energy tomorrow in the context of climate warming, which shows that we must reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. The next few weeks will be decisive. And I think that together we must have three objectives in strengthening our common energy policy. First objective, we need to decarbonate the European mix to go along with our objectives on climate neutrality by 2050, which is a European policy objective. We all have to leave coal production, which is the one which produces the most CO2. We need to research and develop innovating technologies to make the reaching of that objective possible. And I will be delighted to discuss this with you during our third session this afternoon. Second objective, to better control our energy prices, to protect consumers, and also to protect the competitiveness of your industry globally. These are the main challenges. We need a stable market with low-priced energy. This will be a major advantage to make the EU more attractive. This electricity market is not a problem. In fact, it's been a solution. It's been an instrument such that we've been able to have enough electricity this year. And this shows that there has been real solidarity between all member states. The reform proposal tabled by the Commission is welcome because it means that all producers, suppliers and consumers will be able to foresee electricity prices over the next 20, even 30 years. This draft regulation also makes no discrimination between different low-carbon technologies. I think that this reform could be even improved during negotiations so that the electricity market prices should be a better reflection of production prices of decarbonated energies such as and nuclear. People have trouble to understand the difference between production prices and sales prices. There needs to be a better correlation between electricity and gas prices, such that several member states, such as the EU, such as France, has tried to stop a new surge in prices in 2022. The competitiveness of our European companies and the attractiveness of the EU must be our response to the European Inflation Act. There must be an energy dimension in this proposal. The draft EU regulation for net zero emissions definitely goes in the right direction. Even the text needs to go further so there's no discrimination between different low-carbon energy sources. Our third objective has to be our continent's independence by better controlling our energy supplies. Thus, we can stop the EU from being dependent on fossil fuels. There has to be a transition period, of course. We need to take account of the specificity of member states' energy mixes. And so the Commission has started discussions with a number of different gas supplies. But if the diversification of supplies, natural gas is a necessity, it should not, it cannot avoid new difficulties. The Commission's policies should not aim to enforce, for example, our dependency on gas from Azerbaijan. We cannot become dependent on illiberal governments. We need to forge our collective identity as Europeans. To achieve these three objectives, I'm convinced that the energy market will have to be based on three pillars. The first pillar will be sobriety. We cannot continue to consume energy as we used to. Reducing dependency on hydrocarbons must be our priority. Our industries and our way of life has to change. The EU's been very efficient, adopted a number of measures to reduce gas and electricity consumption in the winter of 2023. There's also an agreement reached last month between the Parliament and the Council on a reduction of consumption of 11% between now and 2030, I beg your pardon. Of course, we have the Repower EU package, clean energies, inexhaustible, with solar, offshore wind. That should be one of our shared priorities too. Here, yet again, although several member states have got national plans, such as France, which last month adopted a new act on renewables, the EU has to play the role as coordinator with new ambitions. 42.5% of present energy consumption in 2030. The third pillar will be nuclear, decarbonated, low cost. Nuclear energy is indispensable to our European energy mix because it will compensate for fluctuations in other forms of production. Nuclear energy is dealt with very different in certain texts, included or excluded from the Commission's strategies. And yet, nuclear energy is very much on a par with our objectives. Atomic energy is a low-carbon source of energy, enabling us to achieve our climate objectives. The atom also means that we can have affordable prices for households and for industry. The Assemblée nationale in France have adopted a new text, by the way, on nuclear as one of these solutions for a better energy mix in Europe. The Assemblée nationale is also looking at a new draft law aiming at building 6 new nuclear reactors. This is essential to reduce our dependency on hydrocarbons. But there are other member states who are a member of the Nuclear Alliance. And then there's a European project on energy. Europe could become a major, sober, independent energy consumer and producer. Together, we can produce decarbonated energy at affordable prices. No doubt the discussions we're going to have today will inspire us, will give us both strength and courage so that Europe's new status should soon become reality for all citizens in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guillaume. And we will move forward to the last speaker of this session, which is Mr. Garus. The floor is yours.
Dear Mr. Anderson, dear colleagues, it's an honor for me to speak in front of you here, representing my country, Ukraine. A country that knows that energy security is not just a buzzword, but a real-life problem. And now I will show you a short video, if it is technically possible. So it's in Ukrainian, but I will explain you. So in December, Kyiv several days was without electricity, and this is Ukrainian teacher. She found a place near the supermarket and found the internet to hold online lesson for Ukrainian children at her school. So the supermarket had electricity from generator and had internet from Starlink, and she found this place and held the lesson. So we have lived through a terrified winter because over the period of full-scale invasion, 1,200 missiles and drones were launched by the Russians against the Ukrainian energy system. As a consequence of the Russian shelling, about 50% of the energy infrastructure in Ukraine was seriously damaged. A part of it was completely destroyed. But it's not just numbers. We must remember that because of these attacks, Ukrainian children could not study, surgeries in the hospitals were interrupted, normal life as we know it was completely upended. That is why energy security for us now is about our right to live our normal lives, as much as it is possible overall. So now our parliament and the government are focusing on the following issues. Restoration of the Ukrainian energy system, energy efficiency, in particular responsible energy consumption, development of green energy, decentralization, development of distributed generation, development of competitive energy markets and their integration with European ones, development of export and import with EU countries. What is important to add, we care about security of supply. We do want to receive as much energy as possible from the local sources. Yet we understand that energy security for Ukraine and Europe does not mean cutting off all ties with any other countries. Energy systems of Ukraine and Europe are connected both technically and politically. We could see this connection as our European friends have been helping us through this winter. And now, as we speak, Ukraine has reopened export of electricity to Europe, selling a cheaper energy, selling green energy from renewables to our partners. Ukraine wants to be a part of integrated European energy market. Our future is not energy nationalism, but cooperation with other reliable countries. Only through cooperation we can achieve the great goals that we all share, both independence from energy sources of the rogue regimes, including Russia, but also to achieve greater goals of climate neutrality. In order for this to happen, further and deeper sanctions against Russia in the energy sector are needed. There are still no sanctions against Russian nuclear company Rosatom, a company which committed an act of nuclear terrorism by capturing Ukrainian Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And it still continues to develop new projects in the world, including, unfortunately, Russia. There are still no proper sanctions against Russia gas, including LNG and LPG. Ukraine is facing an enormous challenge of doing two immense tasks at the same time. We are restoring our energy system, while at the same time making it more transparent and better fitted for the goal of climate neutrality, which we all share. It's not easy, and we would not be able to succeed without help from our friends. So thanks European Union, thanks all European countries, thanks European Commission for your support and for your friendship. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerus. I would like to thank all the speakers of the first session, and we will get the opportunity to hear more from them during session 2. We will first take a break for 30 minutes. There will be coffee waiting for us in the Grand Gallery just outside. But before you leave for coffee, or fika as we would say in Sweden, I would once again want to mention that there is a small exhibition in the Grand Gallery hosted by the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences. The exhibition shows some innovative Swedish technologies that can help us to deal with EU's energy challenges. The exhibition will be open and accessible all day, ranging from Swedish producers of solar panels to small modular reactors cooled by leads. So there's a broad spectra when it comes to the exhibition. We will continue this session after the break with a speech by the Swedish Minister for Energy, Business and Industry and Deputy Prime Minister Ebba Busch. So please make sure to be here sharp at 10:30. Thank you. Please take your seats and we will move forward with today's agenda. Dear colleagues, welcome back. We will now continue session 1 with a speech by the Swedish Minister for Energy, Business and Industry and Deputy Prime Minister Ebba Busch. She is also the chair of the European Council of Energy Ministers during the ongoing Swedish presidency. We will, after the speech by the Minister, continue directly to session 2, where we will open up the floor for questions and comments to the speakers who took part in session 1. I remind all delegates that the requests for the floor are made from your iPads, and requests can be made during the presentation by the Minister. With that being said, Minister Busch, the floor or the podium is yours.
Good morning, dear Chair, parliamentarians, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased to address you here in the Swedish Parliament today, as Sweden is currently holding the EU presidency. And I've heard reports of a productive and interesting morning, so I'm happy to be joining you at this time of the day. I'd like to start by looking back. We will look towards the future as well. But since last year, European energy supplies and European energy policy have been at the very center to our attention. The main reason is, of course, Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine and the weaponization of energy that triggered an ongoing crisis that has deeply affected citizens and industries in all of Europe. In the past decades, parts of our fossil-free baseload sources have been phased out, which has made us even more vulnerable to volatile pricing components. The energy mix remains a national competence. However, this has had an impact on an aggregated level. Since the start of the war, the EU has responded firmly and united. The conclusion is clear: we need to phase out our dependency on Russian fossil fuels as quickly as possible and increase production of fossil-free energy. We also need to offer better protection for our citizens and industries from extreme and volatile energy prices, while at the same time safeguarding EU's security of energy supply and making sure that we improve investment incentives to accelerate the clean energy transition. Last year, during the Czech EU presidency, an extraordinary effort was made, and we adopted several emergency measures at EU level to respond to the challenges we are facing. And this year, we prolonged the emergency regulation on gas savings so that it will apply also for next winter. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Commission for all your hard work to swiftly elaborate proposals that resulted in decisions by member states to manage energy supplies and energy prices during this past winter season, and also for your work on Repower EU, pushing an accelerated phase out of fossil fuels. I would also like to thank the International Energy Agency for your work throughout these difficult times. IEA's analysis of the energy crisis, and in particular the situation in Europe, has been instrumental for understanding what progress is being made and what additional measures are needed for our policymakers. Today, these topics are up for discussion. We will address the way the Swedish presidency takes these measures forward, but we will also look beyond the Swedish presidency to the next heating season. And as I said, when we held the last council meeting in Brussels with energy ministers, for most of the European countries at least, we are now leaving the winter behind us. But for the energy ministers all around the EU, we are already planning for the next one. The heating season in Europe is now over. This is a first milestone towards our independence from Russian fossil fuels. In the relief we feel, and I think in the relief we feel at this milestone, some may temporarily forget that prices were very high towards the end of last year, and there was uncertainty regarding security of supply. Looking at Sweden for a moment, and as an example, our TSO for electricity saw a real risk of manual load shedding during some hours of the winter due to uncertainties of possibilities to import electricity, should our neighbors experience fuel shortages, and this risk is now, fortunately, low again. Yes, Europe has been graced with a relatively mild winter, but we also did what we could to improve the situation. In the EU, we came together and agreed on gas storage as well as gas-saving measures that prepared us for the winter. And throughout Europe, we have seen impressive energy savings that have curbed prices and significantly lowered the risk for shortages. But this was the first milestone. Another winter awaits, and as the heating season in Europe has ended, the season for refilling gas storages begins. The gas storage requirements and the prolongation of the gas-saving regulation are important in preparing also for next winter. The Swedish presidency remains ready to deal with any additional crisis-related measures should the need occur before summer. Also on gas, but with a longer perspective, important progress were made at the TT Council on the 28th of March, when the Council reached an agreement on its general approach on the gas market package. The package will be important to support the phasing out of fossil gases and replacing it with renewable and low-carbon gases, such as hydrogen. The Swedish presidency is looking forward to initiate discussions with the Parliament on this file. Becoming independent of Russian fossil fuels is a long-term sustainable investment. The green transition, the roadmap to a fossil-free energy sector, is key for securing security of energy supply and reaching our climate targets in Europe. Delivering on the European Green Deal and the Fit for 55 package will be equally important for our economy and mitigating climate change. Hence, I am glad that so far the Swedish presidency has achieved preliminary agreements with the Parliament on the directives for renewable energy and energy efficiency. A binding target of 42.5% renewable energy by 2030, while reducing energy consumption with 11.7% will be a challenge for our member states. That's for sure. The new EU target for renewable energy sets an ambitious goal for 2030 and calls on every member state to contribute. But let us not forget that this ambition is necessary to speed up the work to break our dependence on fossil fuels, putting Europe in the front line of the green transition. For example, we managed to agree on streamlining of permitting procedures and more renewable energy in the industry and transport sector. We managed to agree on reasonable rules for the sustainability criteria for bioenergy and its verification. We also managed to strike a deal on how to look at low carbon and fossil-free energy in the context of increasing renewable energy. Overall, the directive will pave the way for the transition of society, but also show the strength of European cooperation in the shadow of the war. The agreement was only reached after long and hard negotiations, and I am certain that the compromise on the Directive for Renewable Energy will lead the EU into the future of a clean and secure energy. Regarding then the Energy Efficiency Directive, there was also a tough balancing in the negotiations. The preliminary political agreement sets ambitious target also here in EU on an EU level for increased energy efficiency until 2030, with yearly energy saving obligations for member states corresponding to an average of 1.49% and additional requirements for industry, data centers, and the heating and cooling sector. The principle of energy efficiency first is strengthened, and the co-legislators agreed on more informative and economic measures regarding energy poverty. Overall, we landed on ambitious targets, while the agreement still allows member states to have some flexibility in the implementation in order to reach targets in a cost-effective way. The agreement will help us save a lot of energy, which will give us lower energy bills and a more resilient and robust energy system while enabling us to reach the long-term climate targets. Moving on then to the EMD, the electricity market design. The war in Ukraine also really put the spotlight on EU's electricity market design. The revision is a priority for the Swedish presidency, and we will work together with the Commission and the Parliament on how to improve the market design against the backdrop of the ongoing energy crisis and the need to speed up the phasing out of fossil fuels, increase fossil-free energy production, and improve security of supply. The discussions we have had in the Council so far shows a broad consensus that a well-working electricity market is needed for a secure, affordable, and clean electricity supply to the EU citizens and industry. First, on the prices. The electricity market design should be able to withstand extreme stress during crisis, offering better protection for consumer against very high and volatile power prices. Secondly, the market design needs to maintain security of supply, something that is more important with higher shares of weather-dependent renewables such as wind and solar coming into the energy system. We will need longer-term solutions to ensure that the power system can be balanced to avoid power shortages. And investments in new nuclear power have been welcomed by multiple member states. This shows that nuclear energy will continue to play a significant role in the energy mix for many years to come. Finally, the market design should support continued and accelerated investments in the clean energy transition for Europe's decarbonized objectives. As an example, the decarbonization of the transport and energy sector in Sweden will potentially require a doubling of the electricity use by 2045, and the new fossil-free power production to support it. These investments require a reliable market framework. Fossil-free energy is critical to Europe's energy independence and our fight against climate change. Finally then, I had the pleasure of welcoming Ukraine's Energy Minister Herman Galushenko both to the informal meeting for energy ministers here in Stockholm at the beginning of this year and to the TTE Council in Brussels on the 28th of March. The Commission and Member States were very clear in the strong and continuing support to Ukraine and to the Ukrainian people. Sweden remains committed to lead the Council in the months to come until it's time to hand over back the baton to Spain. Looking further ahead, it will be crucial to keep track of the situation for the coming heating season, but not losing track of speeding up the phasing out of fossil fuels. What we do in the energy field will be crucial for Europe's future in the months and years, possibly decades to come. And with those words, welcome once again to Stockholm. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Bush. We will now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a moderated session where you will be able to ask questions or comment upon the things that you heard during the first session. I can inform you that there is already 12 names on the speakers list, including the 10 that you will see right now behind me. Perfect. In order to make it possible for everyone to make their statements, we will limit them to 90 seconds. But I am at this point sure that you are tired of listening to me, so I am therefore glad to have the opportunity to hand over the microphone to our moderator, Johan Kühlenstierna, who is the Director General at Formas, a Swedish Research Council for Sustainable Development. So please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm really honored to be here to serve as the moderator today in front of all the parliamentarians from Europe. We will have, I'm sure, a nice interaction with comments and questions from the floor, and also with a panel that I'm sure can then drill into deeper discussions related to energy security and a transition in Europe. Remember that the overarching theme of this conference here today really touches upon both challenges and opportunities. I want to test you. I know, these kind of questions are not simple. We've heard that not least from the minister. They are very complex, but I still would like to test you. You're parliamentarians. You're used to voting yes or no. So this is a yes or no question. How many of you feel that by 2030, we will have a much more robust energy system in Europe than we have today? Those thinking yes, raise your hand now. Those thinking no, raise your hand now. And of course, I was expecting that. Abstain, those abstaining? Okay. A little bit, it depends on, exactly, you sound like an academic, it depends on what you have to be, understanding the complexity here. I do respect that. We've talked much about all the crises we have, the Russian war in Ukraine, the terrible war there, the triple crisis of climate, biodiversity, pollution. We have the resources crunches, which really also needs to be linked to the transition. We heard about minerals before, but there are also other aspects related to this. And of course, the socio-economic crisis with inflation, higher prices, etc. So we have many questions to discuss here, but I asked this question because I would like you still to, yes, let's look at the challenges we have, but also where do we see the opportunities? And the panelists have been part of all that, also expressing that we do have, because of the crisis, also opportunities driving the transition, as we've seen now in the last couple of years. Can I invite my fellow panelists to take the floor here? And you have your nameplate to make it easy for you. Thank you so much. As the chair said, each intervention you have 90 seconds. I would appreciate, of course, a statement, but also if you have a question that we could direct to the panel. And we will try to get through all the interventions. I have a list, and so far we have 12. If we have some additional interventions, there might be a spillover to the afternoon, but let's have the ambition to be ready by 12 o'clock. So without further delay, I would like to ask the first person, Mr. de Uralde from Spain, too. Yes, please, sir, the floor is yours. I think you should have to push. Yes, okay, there you go.
Well, Spain is obviously very committed with decarbonization, because our country is suffering at the moment, these days in April, a heat wave of maximum temperatures of 40 degrees. That speaks on its own. But our government has a strategy which I think is slightly different from what we have heard this morning, which is based on renewable energy. And we think that that strategy is a success strategy. Solar photovoltaic has increased 33% in the last year. Wind energy is the first electricity producer in our country. Up to 50% of our electricity production is already renewable. That is clean and it is cheap. And this strategy has been very helpful for us to reduce the prices of energy, which has been very successful in times of very high inflation. And we have become exporters. Due to the problems of the French nuclear plants, Spain has been exporting energy to France for the first time, which is quite interesting because it shows that our strategy, not based in nuclear, because we think that nuclear is expensive, nuclear delays the solution because it takes a long time to build, nuclear has nuclear waste which don't have a solution, so our solution based on renewable energy is, we think, a good roadmap for the future.
Thank you very much. And exactly 90 seconds. I mean, that's amazing. Anyone would like to comment that? Because all of you have been into the discussion, you know, we need to look at all non-fossil resources. But we also quite often hear this challenge. Nuclear is considered to be very expensive. Renewables are increasingly cheap. Anything you would like to add to that debate? Marcus?
Sure, yeah, I recognize the question, of course, you know, this eternal almost question, what technology to choose, and like I said in my talk, I think whatever you choose, you will have trade-offs. If you build lots of wind, you have the intrusion in the landscape. If you build nuclear, you're going to have to deal with waste for many, many years. And of course, the situation is different in different countries. To me, I think what I'm missing sometimes is the realization that cost and the technological viability of the different choices will only be one portion of what is feasible and what is possible to implement from a political and also citizen standpoint. And that's why I emphasize acceptability and these trade-offs as a way to manage that. And of course, the way forward will differ between different countries. So I don't think that we should exclude any technology. What works in Spain probably could work in other places, but might not be the most attractive options for other reasons than cost or feasibility from a technology standpoint.
Mr. Gullum, if I can direct to you, I mean, at the International Energy Agency, you are looking at all different kinds of energy supply. What would be your comment in terms of this?
I think first and foremost, congratulations to Spain for all the successes in the renewable space. We said a couple of years ago that solar PV is now the cheapest source of electricity generation in history. So I think there is a lot of good that happened, both in Europe, but also in other countries, of course. The capacity additions we're seeing in the renewable space every single year are very, very large. One record year, one after another. And the outlook there is clearly bright globally as well as in Europe. But as Marcus said, I can only reiterate that every country has its own circumstances, has its own benefits, possibilities. Looking at Stockholm weather outside today, I understand it was better yesterday. It's a bit of a different story potentially in other countries. We at the IEA, we very much believe in technology diversity and looking into very different sources of electricity supply. Our net zero by 2050 roadmap that we released just 2 years ago actually showed that 90% of the power sector contribution comes from renewables in the net zero power system by the year 2050. So absolutely makes a lot of sense. But really every country has its own circumstances. Costs look very different in different countries. So of course that holds true in Europe as well.
Thank you very much. So that's a critical point really to make, that every country have their unique circumstances. Ms. Verstorfer, you would like to add something as well?
Thank you very much. I can only agree what Marcus and Timur said from the perspectives. Just to add one important point, what you said, what is key for EU and one of the success stories is the internal energy market, both for electricity and gas. I know Spain needs to be better connected to its partners, but what helped us last year in the crisis was not only the solidarity and but also the interconnectors. When France had an issue with nuclear, they could import electricity. Traditionally, France is an exporter of electricity to its neighbors. So this interconnection between the country and the support, whatever the energy mix is a big opportunity and a big success of the internal market and of the EU, and I think we can only further expand it. And I just wanted to underline that in that context as well.
Do you see enough investment in that particular perspective, the integration of the system? I mean, you talked a lot about, Minister, about the electricity market really, and how that needs to develop. So do you see enough of that?
I think when we go all for acceleration of renewables, 42.5% were agreed for 2030 as a binding EU target. We also need more interconnection within countries and between the EU, some of our EU member states. So we need to develop that hand in hand. Thank you.
Minister Busch?
In Sweden, we are now working, the new Swedish government is working sort of under the slogan, all good powers unite, saying that what we need now is fossil-free energy production, whether it come from nuclear or from wind or from solar or from something that is not yet fully on the market, yet paving way for everything that is fossil-free. And during the Swedish presidency, of course, we underline that this deciding on what the power source is a national competence and should be. But in Sweden, we are also seeing that maybe politics needs to sort of sharpen the goals and the targets, but other than that, actually taking a step back. Because physics is highly involved in this, and science. And we now have a situation where we need to at least be able to meet a doubled energy consumption in the coming years if we are to electrify the industry, our heavy industry, our transport sector, cut emissions by a lot. But we see that we now have a problem with adding more of the intermittent, the weather-dependent energy sources because of the way the grid system is formed. And this is not something that we, with political willpower, can work our way around. If you keep on pushing on more solar power and more wind power without having the support system or asking those weather-dependent energy sources also to develop more of support systems, the grid system will have a heavy time managing and balancing this out. So in Sweden, we have drawn the conclusion because of our geography that, well, okay, if we want more wind power, we need more nuclear, the base load. And that's not something that we have a way of working ourselves around. This is just the way it is with physics. But we also see a lot of things happening with storage for solar and for wind. And that is something that we need to pave way for more investments if we are to see even more of the weather-dependent energy sources, and seeing that we need to find a way to balance this out, and that we also have within the EU homework to do in also showing some care, love, and understanding for the grid system. What determines a robust energy system, and not hitting each other in the head with, we need this technique or this technique. The system as a whole needs a little bit more of care, love, and understanding, and that they balance each other out, no matter what one might choose as a single member state, but also pushing that sort of science and research on the support systems for more of the renewables, because it's possible. We just need to pave way for it.
Excellent, thank you very much. So we need more of everything. We have to love our grid system. We have to fall in love with our grid system. I think that when it doesn't work, you realize that, yes, I should probably take care of it more. And we have to work much more interconnected, obviously. That's also key. And also consider every country with their conditions. So this was a bit of warm. I gave you quite a lot of time now in the panel, but let's go to the next speaker, Grozdana Peric from Croatia. Where do we have you?
Thank you.
Yes.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, respected host, as you see, I'm coming from Croatia, and I have a small contribution to this discussion. So what we have done in Croatia, as far as Croatia is concerned, by opening the LNG, liquefied natural gas terminal, we ensure that diversification of sources for ourselves, other member states, and the countries in the surrounding area. The LNG terminal is completely filled by 2030, which will ensure that the stability of gas transportation. In addition, the capacity of the LNG terminal has been increased from the existing 2.6 to 2.9 billion cubic meters of gas, and additional capacities have been leased in the meantime. So in August 2022, the government of the Republic of Croatia passed the decisions on increasing the security of gas supply by building the Zlobin-Bosiljevo gas pipeline and increasing the capacity of the LNG terminal to 6.1 billion cubic meters of gas per year. With that decision, the construction of a gas pipeline with the aim of transporting additional quantities of gas through the interconnections with Slovenia and Hungary is planned in the next 36 months. A construction permit has already been obtained for the gas pipeline to Slovenia, and it has been agreed that each side must do, while certain projects still need to be completed for the gas pipeline to Hungary. So it's our addition, and I have more, but I have no time.
Excellent. Thank you very much also for illustrating the need for investments and how you can speed up that in order to secure energy. I will now take a number of interventions, and so please you can make some notes where you would like to also provide comments. So let's move to Pascal Boyer from France.
Merci. La de l'électricité.
Thank you. The crisis in Ukraine starting in 2022 has meant that the EU institutions' agendas have changed with regards to our common energy policy. We welcome the fact that together we were able to face up the consequences of this crisis by a coordinated reduction in our electricity and gas demand and by controlling internal prices, domestic prices. These measures, nevertheless, mean that we have to make new structural choices for the future. Unfortunately, nuclear power is not treated in the same way in all European texts, and yet, right now, 68% of French electricity is produced from nuclear power plants, and we are net exporters to some of our neighbours. Nuclear energy is a technology which has major advantages to face up to the climate crisis, to stimulate competitiveness of our European enterprises. We should not have to do without such a controllable energy in Europe to ensure our energy security. We must continue developing green energies, of course, but we should not neglect our major trump card in Europe, which is nuclear energy.
Energy resource or energy system is actually promoted, and how we can sort of reach parity in how different energy systems are supported or not. So let's go to the next speaker, Vincio Pelufo from Italy.
Thank you. During last year, Italy has become less dependent on Russian gas, from 40% down to 19%. And that is particularly important because still gas is 40% in the Italian energy mix.
Dear Pelufo, is your microphone on?
Maybe speak a bit closer.
Yes. Here it's written 30 centimeters. So
no, yeah, but 30 centimeters in Sweden is...
I'm an old lady, I'm starting to hear...
Okay. I have another minute, right?
Yes, let's start.
No, I'm kidding. No, gas supply has a direct impact on electric power because the production of electricity in Italy is based on gas for 43% roughly. And according to the EU strategy, Italian response to the energy crisis is concentrated on high filling of gas storage, to diversify the origin of imported gas, increase regasification capacity of LNG, and reduce gas and electricity consumption. And my opinion is that the main goal for our system is to be protagonist in the energetic transition to clean energy economy. So tackle the energy crisis, try to do all the best in the moment, but I think the perspective is to improve as much as possible on renewable sources.
Thank you very much for that. I'll take two more, and then I would like the panel to come in. Next speaker is Vesna Vucemilovic. I hope that was okay. Also from Croatia, please.
Thank you very much. You said correctly. We all agree that Europe needs to diversify energy system, not only because of security, but also because of competitiveness and of industry. But we also must have in mind that each member state has different economic structure, different industry resources, geographical location. Therefore, we have to approach individually to each country, respecting all these differences when we talk about green transition. I must say Croatia has opportunities in all levels. We have LNG terminal, we will double its capacity. There are also on global level some unknowns right now because we don't know how much will be demand because of China. But what is more important, Croatia has a strong ability to develop solar and wind energy and also geothermal energy. And I must emphasize that there is a very big geothermal sources, and right now we have announced a tender for 6 new geothermal areas where we are planning to produce electrical energy. That is an opportunity for all of us and also for investors. And this is our contribution to green transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for bringing in geothermal energy. We haven't talked about that as a potential in many countries in Europe and globally, of course. We also then have an additional a speaker from Lithuania. Let me see, I didn't see that. Vytautas Kapsys, sorry for the pronunciation.
Thank you, it was very good. Dear speakers, dear parliamentarians, our commitments to renewable energy are very ambitious. By 2025, Lithuania will generate 50% of its energy consumption from renewable sources, and by 2030, 93%. In the electricity sector, Lithuania has implemented the strategic international interconnections project. Lithuania has also developed a 200 megawatt electricity storage system to provide an immediate power reserve. The country's strategic goal is to develop an electricity system for synchronous operation with the continental European electricity networks. 2 days ago, we completed a test in which our power system operated in an isolated mode without any connection to the Russian Brel system, so we are almost ready to synchronize. But from a broader perspective, we still have a long way to go. We need huge investments in our grids all over Europe, bearing in mind that these grids must be well interconnected to avoid such situations as we had last August in Lithuania, when the price of electricity reached technical ceiling of 4,000 euros per megawatt hour. On the other hand, we had a few days ago a situation when we had minus 500 euros price in the Netherlands. So let me ask our speakers, our panelists, do you have any projections about investments in our grids, and do we have special legal norms, legal drafts to improve private investments in grids and gas pipelines for necessary interconnections?
Excellent. Thank you very much. Also the incentives for investments, talking about loving our grids here. Well, it's of course the diversity of questions and perspectives coming up, and I don't ask you to really respond to everything here, but I would like to give each of you a chance to at least comment. But please do so briefly. We have a long list. Can I start with the minister this time? No.
For my own speaking. No, but hearing from so many of our dear European friends here in different countries really emphasizes the need to understand that the situation is very different for many of our different member states. But of course, it's music to my ears hearing our Lithuanian colleague here. But this is something that I think needs to be part of the discussion also for the electricity market design. And we need to understand that a lot of the discussion within the European Union really has been stressed by sort of emergency or acute errands. The agenda has been filled up on Brexit, we've had the pandemic, and then the awful invasion of our dear Ukrainian friends, and then the energy crisis. Now we need to find a way to make sure that the long-term incentives for building the energy system strong with the grid system is absolutely crucial. It takes a natural and big part of the agenda. And this is also highly connected to the question of long-term competitiveness for the European Union as a whole, given what is happening now with the Inflation Reduction Act on the other side of the pond, on the other side of the Atlantic. I also have the honor, the privilege, but also sometimes the burden of leading the Competitiveness Council. And what is being discussed within the energy sector really could be absolutely defining for the European Union's competitiveness in a long-term perspective. So I'd just like to add that part, and also seeing that a lot of the the components that are needed to make this transition for the energy system, both the grid system, the windmills, the solar panels, all of that, we're highly, highly dependent of China. So when we are saying that the future of the European Union is the green transition, and we have somewhat around at least 70% of the critical raw materials needed for our phones, for our electric vehicles, for our windmills, all of that going through China, we're also saying that we're putting the future of the European Union in the hands of China. And that's why we need to see that all of these decisions are so highly connected. We can't build our energy system or our grid system bigger, stronger, without all of those critical elements. And that's why we need to find a way to speed up the decision-making and making them not acute, emergency, but also long-term. I'll stop there.
Can I ask you there as a politician, and I know it's probably difficult because you really push that, the long-term, we need that long-term. You said now in the end, we still have the crisis, we have to respond to the crisis. How difficult is that balance? How do you get that more long-term perspective in a time where we obviously have a lot of crises to deal with?
Well, I think that just adding this perspective of trying to learn from the mistakes that we did with such a high dependency of one single country as we did with Russia, applying that lesson already to the decisions that we are making now short term will help us in the long term as well. And I think during the Swedish presidency it has been to our advantage that we have tried to connect a lot of the process going on in different council circuits that affect each other at the same time. And then it has been possible to both make short-term decisions, acute measures that are needed here and now. For example, the question of energy efficiency and the gas storages. But at the same time, a lot of our European colleagues are asking for the long-term perspective, and we've managed to put that on the agenda as well. Not least with the Critical Raw Materials Act, for example, that will affect the energy sector a great deal in the coming years.
So it's interesting to see how these long-term directives, the Green Deal, I mean the whole long-term vision, how we can fit in the short-term decisions that we need to make in that broader agenda. It's an interesting
point. And Fit for 55 really is long-term.
It is long-term.
And then we need to make the decisions paving way for that to be realized and make it happen in reality as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Marcus?
Yeah, thanks. I think two things are striking here. One is the issue of diversification and what timescale. We heard Guillaume Gasparian this morning talk about the necessity not to move from one dependence on Russia to another on Azeri gas, for example. We had heard other examples just now, and I think that's very true. I think it's remarkable what we've accomplished, not least Germany, with building new LNG terminals in a record time. But it's also true that those terminals won't usually be written off in 10 years. So there's an economic risk here that we're locking in technologies that we know that in the long term we probably would not like to depend on. So we need to manage that. And of course then measures like we've heard also examples, moving to wind, solar or nuclear is a viable alternative that we need to be very careful about not closing the door to. Then second perspective, I think picking up on Lithuania's point there about the grids, I think it's absolutely crucial that we expand the grids in Europe. All the research that we do and all the projects that I've been involved with just show that if we don't do that, it's going to be tremendously expensive for Europe as a whole and for most member countries to reach the energy policy and climate policy targets that we have. And then if there's one really bad thing that's come out last year in Europe and the debate here is the rise of energy nationalism, which I think is a huge risk if it's followed through as a way to reduce the investment decisions around grids. We see it in my country, in Sweden. We see the talk, of course, about how we're affected by higher electricity prices in other countries, whereas we as an exporter would, if you're a consumer now, would be very happy not to have those cables. But although we know that in the long run, we're completely dependent on other countries. And I'm sure you recognize the discussion of these prices in other countries as well. So I think this balance between each member country looking to secure their own energy supplies and their own energy system with the need to keep that vision of an integrated European system is absolutely crucial if we're going to keep the costs down to manage these changes.
Thank you very much, and also for really addressing the fact that when we have a crisis, that's when we really need the collaboration of EU more than ever, and not sort of go back to more nationalism in energy, for instance. Mathilde.
Thank you very much. I will pick up on the investment predictability and security. It's clear that with the clean energy transition, we need much more investments, and mainly private. So what we can do from an EU perspective is giving the right framework. And I have here 3 examples which fit what I heard as a question. For the grids and interconnectors, we have the Trans-European Network for Energy, which we decided before the crisis, and it's focused on electricity and green hydrogen. We slightly need to adapt with the crisis because at the time it was clear we didn't need any new gas infrastructure. Now we have to look at some bottlenecks, but really bottlenecks, not more than that. For example, to connect the LNGs, which have been established. We heard Croatia, which want to increase the capacity, but also other countries like Germany are stepping up. Secondly, for investment security, I think the EU targets, for example, for renewable, this 42.5, give the right direction. We are now, the current target for 2030 is 32%. So in the next 7 years, we want to go 10% plus. There are countries like Sweden who is well above that EU binding target. It's an EU target. Others have to catch up. But I think this gives exactly the right signal where we want to go for all kinds of renewables. And thirdly, the minister mentioned it, we are in the middle of negotiating, or the Council with the Parliament, on our proposal on the electricity market design. And that should tackle the issue of the volatility of prices to be better prepared if it happens again. We really would like member states and companies either to go for public purchasing agreements, that is one way, which is we see a market there, or if there is public support, to go for CFDs, contract for difference, both ways. I don't want to go into detail, but to give a bit more predictability long-term in order to cope with this volatility. And I think the investment is absolutely the key thing we need in the clean energy transition.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and also for really how important it is to learn from mistakes or from the challenges to address that. Do you want to add something, Timur?
Yeah, I'll be brief because so many good things have been said already. Just to say, first and foremost, because some of the countries touched upon last year's achievement, Croatia, Italy. It's always time was really useful to give big congratulations to all the achievements that Europe had, European Commission had, Mechthild and her colleagues. The pace at which we reduced reliance on Russian gas was really unprecedented. It's a pace that we should sustain to 2030, but not only on gas, but also on the lasting solutions, clean energy technologies, efficiency, all these kind of points that we have discussed here. Partnerships, and the Minister talked about critical minerals here, but it's the entire supply chains that I spoke about this morning. Partnerships should be approached strategically and consciously in a broad way, so not to avoid reliance on single countries here, absolutely. And on the question of grids, it's an often discussed story. I don't know how many times we have discussed grids at the IEA and for how long, but it's something that happens or tends to be overlooked over time. And it's not only a question of electricity infrastructure, but also hydrogen, CO2 capture. All these type of investments will absolutely be required over the next years to come. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for these comments. Let's now take a next round of interventions from the floor. I have Kasper Plazinski from Poland first. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm really honestly happy that you cover that kind of difficult topics like dependence on China. And my first question is to Mr. Dr. Timur Gül, because in your chart you presented the resources for cobalt in Congo, but you gave it the other color than the color of China, red. Why so? Because from what I know, 90% of cobalt resources in Congo is owned by China. So our potential dependence on China is even much worse than you suggested. Second thing, also about cobalt, but also other sectors. Right now, in European Union institutions, in European Parliament, we are proceeding a project of regulation on prohibiting products made with forced labor on the union market. And it includes also mining, metals, etc. Only on this example of cobalt. This cobalt is getting from the earth by 13, 14 years old workers. I don't want to say minors, just children. They are living about 30 years old and they are dying because of hard work of it. So I'm just not sure. I'm not climate denialist. I want to let go of CO2 emission. But I'm not sure are those technologies that we want to cover the green transition right now the best solution, or maybe they will just make the world going in an even worse position that it is going right now. I think the nuclear should be the basis of the green transition, but I haven't got more time. Maybe in the next discussion we will discuss the energy mix and also, in my point of view, the discrimination of nuclear power in the European Union.
Excellent. Thank you very much also for bringing that dimension of the challenges of other raw materials. It was partly mentioned this morning, but maybe something to dwell into. Luca De Carlo from Italy, please.
Grazie. I will speak in Italian to be sure to be understood, but thanks. Volevo ringraziare innanzitutto il Presidente Anderson per questa opportunità che ci vede discutere di un tema così importante come quello dell'energia. Una discussione che ci conduca a ribadire quanto sia necessaria una vera indipendenza.
For independent, we must do more, we must do better. We can't stop producing, and the lack of growth is never happy, is always sad. We must think about a sovereign fund. All nations must access this fund. We need to act different from AIDS. Only 67% of resources were spent in countries in need. And a real independence should be different from the past. We can't move on from one dependence to another. China is now the owner of big techs, of big technology companies, and our Polish peer was saying Poland is the owner of resources. And then I'd like to talk about critical resources, their supply, about their markets, and their regeneration. And then research is very important. Research is the key to develop new technologies in Europe. We badly need those technologies. They are needed to develop our aim, like capturing CO2. This will help us reduce CO2 emissions, and we'll find tools to capture CO2 emissions, and these tools will reward those who are doing this, and I'm including farmers in this category.
New technologies that we also need to look into. I think you mentioned also CCS. I will take a few more, then I know the minister, you have to leave at 11:30, so I will allow you to comment first. But can I take Jessie Thiel from Luxembourg, please?
Yes, thank you. First, I want to thank the Swedish Parliament for organizing this conference, and also thank you for the panelists for their interventions. I do want to make a short statement. We all have one same goal, and it's reaching our climate goals with affordable and secure energy supply while reducing our dependency on third countries, especially Russia. And it's here I really don't agree with about what a lot of you are saying is about nuclear power, which is expensive, which is risky in terms of accident, but also in war times. We see it with the nuclear plant in Zaporizhzhia in Ukraine right now. And it will take a long time to develop, and it's time we don't have. And in terms of dependency, some of you are saying that we need to be careful about our dependency to China, which we certainly do in terms of renewable energy. But let's be honest, we are also dependent from third countries for nuclear power. Just recently, France blocked sanctions against uranium imports from Russia. And if we look at the IPCC report, it's clear that we are not on track for our 1.5-degree goal, and we need to cut in half our emissions until 2030 in order to get on track. So I want to appeal to all of you, let's not waste money and time with nuclear power, and let's not leave young generation yet another burden to deal with, and let's work together, because if we do as Europe, we can achieve our climate goals also with renewables. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that also. I take the final one from the floor. We have Christos Pantelides from Cyprus.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, let's take a short trip to Eastern Mediterranean. Our region's energy resources, both renewable, mainly solar, and the natural gas discoveries in Cyprus, Egypt's and Israel's exclusive economic zones offer great potential for effectively addressing the European energy security challenges. Regional cooperation in the field of energy has been enhanced in the recent years, resulting in efforts to develop a sustainable regional energy market and to join projects which could benefit the region and the European Union. Such projects include the EU-funded Eurasia Interconnector, connecting Israel's, Cyprus, Greece electricity grids, and the EastMed natural gas pipeline between the three countries, which is still under study. In addition to that, a liquefied natural gas import terminal for the region's natural gas is under construction in Cyprus with EU co-funding. These projects add to the growing role of Cyprus in the EU's energy security as a potential natural gas supplier to Europe, as well as a hub and a part of a safe and reliable energy networks. Therefore, I would like to ask the distinguished speakers whether they share our view that the Eastern Mediterranean is a developing energy market for the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Also, again, pushing or stressing the need for collaboration, broader regional collaboration, not least. Minister Bush, I know you need to leave very shortly, but if you have any quick comment on the questions that have been coming up here.
No, but thank you so much for letting me have the opportunity to listen to you here today. I think you've understood that we're sort of taken the baton from the Czech presidency, and they held a very, very high tempo during their presidency, trying to keep up with that tempo, and then adding, apart from the acute measures, also the long-term perspective, as I addressed earlier on. But things have really moved along during spring here with the renewables directive, with the electricity and efficiency directive, with the electricity market design, and many major parts of the Fit for 55 package coming along. But I think that just listening to us here in the room, we need to understand and see that the situation is very different in Cyprus compared to the northern parts of Sweden, Kiruna, where we started the Swedish presidency, where we had the honor of welcoming the whole commission up to the ice hotel, sleeping in -degrees. I was very impressed with at least parts of the commission. The situation is very different, and we need to find a way to really show that respect for the competence that is part of each single member state, but also see that geography matters here. But we are all connected, and we need to find a way to show respect, that we will choose some different paths here. But if we can increase the tempo in a lot of the decision-making that is connected, as I gave the example with the Critical Raw Materials Act, and also seeing that there is no market correction mechanism in the world, there is no savings of any type, no efficiency that will ever be able to balance out the fact that the only way moving forward, if we are to sort of keep on answering that million-dollar question, is it possible to take climate change seriously, to have high-set climate goals, to make the green transition, and at the same time saying to our citizens, you don't need to be afraid of change. It is possible for our citizens, moms and dads, to have better job opportunities in the future and to have a strong welfare for our citizens. It's possible to have that equation going on at the same time. I think that's important, but the only way to be able to do that is through more power. Storage, efficiency, all of that is part of the solution, but we won't be able to sort of bridge that gap of the fact that if we are to make the journey of electrifying our industry, of electrifying our transport sector, we need more power. And I think that needs to be put higher up on the agenda. How do we increase this incentive for more of that power production within our dear union? And thank you so much for letting me speak to you today and letting me hear all of your remarks, and hope you have a good discussion in the coming 30 minutes. Thank you so much.
So we take an applaud also for one of our panelists while she is leaving. So there were some direct questions. Now, I ask you to keep it quite brief. We have a number of speakers still who wants to make interventions, but Timur, there was some direct questions to you regarding raw materials.
That's right, yeah. No, let me first make a general point, if I may, which is picking up on Luxembourg's comments here. I think in general, we agree on any of our analysis with the focus on renewables. 90%, as I said earlier, in a net zero global system of power generation comes from renewables. There are two factors that are very critical here. One is it's extremely cheap. I said that earlier in terms of electricity generation. And the second one was also part of the discussion earlier, is very quick to build up, in theory at least, if regulation permits. But in general, that is true. Now, of course, every country has different circumstances. There are different existing energy systems which have to be appreciated, but I think generally speaking, this is the point of departure from any of our analysis. Now, what concerns these supply chains, and I think here it's important to recognize that mining is not particularly beautiful sector in any kind of fuel. No? Is it coal? Is it minerals, etc.? This is something to address heads-on with policy. No, it's not something to shy away from, but it's something to address heads-on with policy, which is true for any kind of step in a supply chain. When it comes to critical mineral supply, you have opportunities here with partnerships, the policies you are putting into place, what you're accepting. You have opportunities with stockpiling in order to reduce market risks. We are engaged in this actively at the IEA. And when it comes to other steps in the supply chain that I mentioned earlier, policy matters here very much. It's not, lead times are extremely short. In fact, to build up new manufacturing capacity, for example, it takes 1 to 3 years on average globally in order to build up new manufacturing capacities, in order to diversify. And I think some countries are doing that. United States Inflation Reduction Act is a key example here. The Mechthild mentioned in her intervention earlier, the Net Zero Industry Act of the European Union. So there are efforts underway. So it's a question, the dependency, strategic dependency Europe is currently facing is a matter of policy to address, not to shy away from. Thank you.
Excellent. Would you like a short intervention now? Otherwise, I will give you the floor first. Okay. So let's take a few from the floor. I have Mark Demismaker from Belgium, please.
Yes, thank you. My first question, in fact, was already addressed on the supply chain concentration, the dominant role of China, and also social excesses in some of the cobalt mines. But I want to add another angle. What about I agree with the minister who has left in the meantime that nuclear will play an essential role in the decades to come, but what about supply chain there? The need of resources, the supply of resources, in particularly enriched uranium. And that brings me to my second question. I cannot but support my colleague from the Verkhovna Rada, who was asking for more energy sanctions against Russia. I especially support this demand. We need more sanctions, especially in the nuclear sector against Rosatom. Where are we there and what are we waiting for? And last but not least, we heard about the jump we made in energy efficiency, 18% gas saved, but we have to ask ourselves, how did we do it? We didn't have a hard winter, first of all, but secondly, there are some number of families confronted with skyrocketing bills that have just switched off their heating and have lived through the winter months in cold, chilly houses and apartments. How sustainable is that? I think it's not. Unnecessary also to say that a lot of our member states have really budgetary constraints as regard to support.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for bringing that social dimension. I know that the panel, you have dwelled upon it, but you please come back a little bit as well. Peter Kreminski from Slovakia, please.
Slovakia, thank you. We have heard that electricity is becoming the main energy vehicle for the future in Europe, but the main problem is how to produce it and how to have enough. I think very strategic for Europe is to be independent in the energy sources and supplies. We don't want to be depending on Russia, but we don't want to depend on any other country or part of the world because it could become tricky in the future. But very strategic is it not only for EU and states, but for every household, for every company, for every municipality, so far as possible. So I think we need really small, smart solutions, not only big solutions, and support for own resources. It's not sufficient in Europe. And I would like to ask if there are in preparations new programs for support. For example, there are barriers. For example, Bratislava, as the capital of Slovakia, has no possibility of support for households if they invest in solar panels. It's EU rule because Bratislava is too rich, but it's not working that way. So I would like to ask if there are preparations for changes in these questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So addressing also the small, smart solutions, we all should become also generators of electricity with our households. German Renault from Spain.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you to the Swedish Parliament for having us here for this very interesting discussion today. You know, we have undertaken a very strong energy transition in Spain towards renewable energy, which is showing significant success. And today we have been discussing three main topics, which I agree that are the most crucial. One of them is the reform of the energy market, so that the prices, the price signals and the prices reflect the real cost and they are not contaminated by the fluctuations of gas prices. And yes, I believe long-term contracts like PPAs or CFDs are important, but I think we should also start looking into decoupling the prices from fossil fuels with a new market design that maybe is non-marginal, because it will be better for the future that many countries are facing now. We have talked also about transitioning to renewable energies, that we are starting to use the term here low carbon, which I think it's quite worrisome, because I believe sustainability for energy production systems must meet all three dimensions of sustainability, which is something that nuclear lacks, and I believe this low carbon term is in order to include nuclear energy too. And nuclear lacks it because it moves one of the biggest problems it has. It pushes it forward to future generations, which is, for example, the radioactive waste management, and also because it uses, it needs a scarce resource like uranium, which is, by the way, concentrated in very few countries, like many other materials that we have discussed today. And we have discussed also securing supply of energy, and it's something that I don't know how nuclear is going to help us in this moment right now, because the construction and deployment takes decades, and we have seen this in Finland and France. And I believe, to finish with this, that we have a better chance with renewable energy, with storage systems, renewable hydrogen, improving energy efficiency, and as you mentioned before, with a better integration of the grid across Europe.
Thank you very much. Then I will move to Klaus Ernst from Germany, please.
Ja, herzlichen Dank fürs Danke für die Organisation. 3 Punkte, wenn die Zeit reicht.
Thank you very much for giving us the floor. Fossil energy from Europe. We need to move away from all types of fossil energy, no matter where it comes from. Now we are starting off with LNG, but this is a type of energy which is much more detrimental. But I think we should embark on a long-term approach and not pretend that this is the panacea if we try to move out of gas from Russia. The consequence is that we've built up an LNG terminal which is more expensive. We have a disadvantage compared to the US as a consequence of the LNG terminal. And with the Inflation Reduction Act, the consequence is that the US tried to make sure that the companies move over to the US and out of Europe. So they try to get a competitive advantage. Mr. Gould spoke about it. We saved energy. Yes, of course we did, but not always intentionally so. Steel mills had to be shut down. Production lines had to be put to a halt because saving energy was not always intended, but this was based on the high energy prices. And I think in the future, a major problem for the competitiveness of Europe will be exactly that. Efficiency of sanctions against Russia is the next item. We've got the International Monetary Fund. The forecast for 23 is, in Russia, there will be economic growth of 0.7%. We will have a growth in Germany of minus 0.7%. So I think the efficiency and effectiveness of these sanctions really should be put into question. We know that Russia is really profitable in recent years, and the disadvantage can rather be found in the European Union and those who purchased a lot of Russian gas. So we must really think about whether this was the right way forward or whether this was the wrong thing to do.
Maybe I can just let you in now. I don't let the whole panel in, but Mechtilde, if you want to add a couple of points after we've had these interventions.
Thank you very much, first of all, for all your intervention. I think the debate shows there are quite a variety of views on and situation by the different member states. But I think What in the energy sector is very clear that we share common goals about affordability, are here the price debate, sustainability, becoming climate neutral by 2050. This is a law in the EU, all member states agreed, and the dimension of security of supply, which came in obviously stronger last year. So there are common goals, and then there is a way how member states will do it. And by the way, every member state is just now updating what we call their national energy and climate plans. Parliamentarians are involved in the debate how to go and update national plans in view of 2030 and in view of last year's different crisis measures, how to update it and bring in. I will react to two main points. Funding, I think this is obviously a huge issue, an important issue. We have EU funding, which is a small part of the bigger picture, but there is definitely, to come out of the crisis, the recovery and resilience funds. And in all our funds, we have a rule, at least 1/3 needs to be in energy and climate. And for RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Funds, it's even more. So we encourage every member state to look at what's possible nationally on energy efficiency, and we have great examples on projects in social housing to help the vulnerable also in energy efficiency measures. We have the research money, we have 10E, the Trans-European Network, and the CEF, the Energy Fund for Infrastructure and Interconnection, where we have Eurasia as one project, but we also in the past already financed Krik, the LNG in Croatia, Poland, Gdansk, Lithuania, and others. So this is a small fund, but helps interconnecting Europe even better. And as I said, the focus is now on green hydrogen, also the infrastructure, but it's really there to help to bridge. There is a new debate if there is a need for new money. I think the Slovakian member of parliament mentioned it, but this is not yet on the table. So for the time being, it's really to use to the utmost the existing funding for this clean energy transition. And there we can share best examples also in regional fund. And I think it's really an excellent tool to complement what's nationally and privately available. And my last comment on sanctions. I think with the invasion of Russia and Ukraine, the EU reacted extremely rapidly. We had 10 packages of sanctions, not all on energy. It's a long list of measures. What we are now focusing on very much is the implementation of those sanctions, that they are correctly implemented. We help member states. We look and set up. It's also a relatively new area in the sense that we never had so many drastic sanction packages. But I'm sure, and as was also said by the IEA, Russia has suffered in their budget from energy income, but also generally. So we are looking at implementation and the functioning of sanctions, and this is always agreed at unanimity. So this is something I think we have been doing together strongly. I think I stop here. If there are more questions, I stay over lunch. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you. Next time, Marcus, I will let you in first to comment, but this is now the list, a bit of a challenge. We have 15 minutes left. As I said, we might let a few come after lunch, but we will not forget the list. Samuel Kokolati from Belgium, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, I would just like to reinforce this very strong call already made by some colleagues to sanction, finally, the nuclear sector in Russia. I would really like to emphasize here that Rosatom is not just any nuclear operator. One, it is the nuclear operator managing and occupying completely illegally the nuclear plant of Zaporizhia in Ukraine. Second, it is also the nuclear agency developing the nuclear bomb for Vladimir Putin. And I would like to make that very clear for each of us here, and I think it is completely irrational and crazy that we're still speaking in 2023 about agreements made between some EU member states and Russia when it comes to nuclear cooperation. I think that shouldn't be possible. That should be outlawed. And again, I would really like to put forward this very strong call to end any nuclear cooperation with Russia, with the regime of Vladimir Putin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have now Andris Kulbergs from Latvia.
Hello, dear Chairman, members. We all saw how we lived under cheap Russia gas sleep, and Latvia was a pure example also of that, and all Europe. And it set discouraging conditions for renewables. And we see that we had a 22% inflation, and 70% of that was because of the energy sector. And we live also in a centralized grid environment, which Ukraine shows is a very vulnerable precondition in the state of the war. And we in Latvia especially need interconnectivity with Sweden and Germany, which is a prerequisite for the renewables. And with such a push for renewables creates shortfalls as well, which have to be filled with balancing power. And we have to always remember renewables have a shortfall because they need a balancing power. And the balancing power still today, unfortunately, is fossil, and it's a gas thermal stations, hydropower, coal, and also nuclear. So in the future, it will be, of course, hydrogen, and we have to push for that, investments in that. But we all reduced fossil consumptions, not because we wanted to, mainly because we closed down the industries of steel and fertilizer, chemical industries, and we became uncompetitive because of high prices. And China, India, Asia, Turkey, all are strengthening their economies by this discounted fossil fuel. They're buying up cheap fossil fuel at this moment, and they're making their EU more uncompetitive because of this. And we have to understand that the inflation, interest rates now, and lead times of renewables and cable deliveries, as an example, is making us vulnerable in this case. And pushing renewables in this, we have to be careful that we don't make China more richer and more powerful and make more control of EU because of that. So we have to become leading in battery storage, hydrogen production and storage. And we cannot allow to exclude at this moment so fastly also gas and maybe also nuclear power, because it's needed for our competitiveness. And last, I wanted to say that we have to remember that the cheapest energy is not consumed energy. So that's also an area we have to push.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I have been allowed to take 10 more minutes, so 10 past 12. So I will take now the speakers we have. If you stick to time, we will manage, and I will allow you a minute each with your key point, really, after all the interventions. Not so easy. Cristian Bordei from Romania.
Thank you. I wanted to address as well the dependency on China for critical raw materials as a kind of a consequence of our European green transition, but it was partially addressed. But I would like to add another angle, because I think another consequence is competitivity deficit for the European industry on the global market. We had in the presentation of Mr. Gül, I think, that example with the green steel and with the price of green hydrogen, which is supposed to be better in China than in Europe. And how can we address this issue? I think one solution that was mentioned is the introduction of the carbon tax. But how can we introduce the carbon tax exactly to the country that we are dependent upon for critical raw materials and other things? Also, how can we convince the developing countries to accept this carbon tax? So this is my question. How do we think we can level the field in terms of global European industry competitivity using carbon tax or whatever other instruments? Thank you.
Thank you very much for introducing also that whole issue of trade and tax there. So I would now leave the floor to Thomas Jarzombeck from Germany, please.
So thank you for the invitation and the opportunity and to get some things right. So my very friendly and nice colleague here is from the left party, and I don't believe that his position on Russia is majority in Germany. We believe in majority that we have to have a very strong position against Russia, and that we have to show that we are strong and to demonstrate strength. So this is the first thing I want to stress. In terms of energy, I have 2 points. The first one is I want to focus on the question how to generate green hydrogen from outside the European Union. And so maybe on the panel you can say something about what you see there. In terms of Germany, we initiated this H2 Global initiative, which brings out tenders for 4.5 billion euros right now. And I think it's very important to build here fair partnerships worldwide to get really huge resources of green energy. And therefore, I missed the word Global Gateway today, because I believe the Global Gateway initiative is a good one with a lot of budget, and that can be used exactly for that. And I want to focus on a second thing, and that's the question of the IRA and how we are subsidizing and fostering technology and developments in Europe. And I think what we are doing is very complicated and complex, and governance is very complex. And we can learn from the United States. One, it's crucial to make it fast and easy.
Thank you very much. Fast and easy. That's it. We then have Emma Pavanelli from Italy. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, and Sweden for inviting us for this important meeting where we can all hear each other, listen to each other, and share views and opinions. I believe that renewable energy is for sure the ideal solution for the future of the next generations. That's why at the beginning, after COVID, the Next Generation EU was created for tackling the energy and tackling the environmental issue, which has to be at the base of all of our next future decisions. I am surprised that the nuclear energy is still an issue in many countries. I am wondering how are we tackling the problem of the waste of nuclear powers? What are we doing in those countries where there is a need to pull down old plants that are still a problem? How can we actually say that today they can be combined to renewable energy? Also because for new plants we need at least 20 years for a new plant, and we need a lot of money. I believe that with renewable energy we can help also tackle poverty. Poverty of people, poverty of all of the European Union, with an energy basic wage which would be accessible for all, and we would be able to seriously help all of the people of the EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Move now to Ernst Boetkan from the Netherlands.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the Swedish presidency to organize this conference on this important topic. In 2030, the Netherlands is aiming to have a 70% renewable energy mix, and in 2040 we aim to have a CO2 neutral energy mix. We aim for 21 gigawatts in 2031 and 70 gigawatts in 2050 produced by wind at sea, and also 2 new nuclear energy plants are being planned. But we face major issues on the energy grid. New projects cannot be connected in a lot of parts of the country. A lot of the discussion today have been about interconnection. How far should the EU interconnect to guarantee stability and the most cost-effective system for all Europeans? And is the EU doing enough to guarantee this in the future? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. We have Michel Farlugia from Malta.
Thank you very much for the floor. In Malta, we have managed to move and invest with regards to renewable energy into mainly solar energy, We moved from heavy fuel oil to LNG power station. We have an interconnector between Malta and Sicily. And we have decent grants for the buying of new electric vehicles. The way forward is basically a second cable link project with the interconnector, the battery energy storage system, offshore renewables. Considering the size of Malta, we have to move more towards floating wind farms and floating solar farms, waste to energy, and a hydrogen-ready pipeline, and shore-to-ship to reduce pollution in our harbors as much as possible in the maritime sector. I have two questions mainly. The first question is, with green hydrogen, the panel has been saying that green hydrogen is expensive. At least right now, it is very expensive. And secondly, the way forward with regards to the nuclear and so on, especially on the mainland. My problem is question competitivity, and secondly, the social aspect, the impact on the consumer, on the families, on the industry and the business, without any added support from governments supporting the problems with cost of living.
Thank you very much. We now have Joachim Schnabel from Austria.
Thank you very much. We in Austria see the energy transition in sun, wind, water and biomass and not in nuclear energy, which has caused many problems in the past. Minister Basch spoke about the volatility of the renewable electricity production. The reason is the weather itself, but also the difference between summer and winter. The big question, I think, will be how is this compensated and how to get excess electricity, for example, in winter. In my opinion, hydrogen can be an important solution to store the energy. In the hydrogen sector, Europe has a strong starting point, but also, in my opinion, the delegated act from the European does not support the expansion of a European hydrogen economy that can successfully compete internationally. Dr. Gül mentioned the different prices of green hydrogen. My question to him is, what can the EU do to be competitive here? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. We now have Života Starčević from Serbia.
Honorable participants, I would like to inform you briefly about the energy situation and challenges we are facing in our country. The electricity system in the Republic of Serbia is stable, electric power supply is regular. Our production of electricity from production capacities of the Republic of Serbia is mostly covered by daily consumption. Serbia is dependent on imports when it comes to gas, as it meets only 10% of its demands for domestic production. Connections with neighboring markets, gas reserves and development of distribution network are the main problem in Serbia natural gas energy sector. On February 2022, Serbia began, thanks to European Commission, Serbia began construction of Serbia-Bulgaria gas interconnector. Diversification of routes and directions of supplies is the main task for the future, as well as the expansion of existing and construction of new storage capacities. By increasing the reserve of crude oil and oil derivatives, smooth functioning is ensured for the period of 38 days presently. Critical point of Serbia energy security is low energy efficiency. Renewable energy sources in primary energy domestic production participate with 27%, which was the goal for 2022. Serbia change entire legislative framework concerning energy and mining with the aim of creating conditions for energy independence. Serbia can and will work in coming years to become completely self-sufficient in production and required amount of electricity for our own resources. Additionally, Serbia will speed up the formation of strategic reserves of all necessary energy-generating products. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that. And the final intervention from the floor this morning, Tiago Brandão Rodrigues from Portugal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the Swedish Presidency for organizing this valuable conference. As already mentioned, the Iberian Peninsula is a renewable energy leader in terms of solar, hydraulic, and wind power. Just as an example, Portugal has a target to reach 80% of electricity consumption from renewables in 2026. As the Spanish colleagues already mentioned, we have been asking for a long time for more and better interconnection to be able to integrate the Iberian Peninsula into the internal energy market. Both Spain and Portugal are currently connected to each other and widely connected, and our two electricity markets are coupled more than 95% of the time, but we are quite isolated from the rest of Europe. This reality was the reason to have the approval of the European Union to exceptional measures to lower electricity prices in a mid or long-term perspective, what is not the best option. Portugal actively participates in the internal market, having a free circulation of people, goods and capitals. However, we still have real problems to participate in the internal market of energy to the lack of real circulation, of free and real circulation of energy. As in the medical world, it is important to make a proper diagnosis to get a better prognosis of a given problem, and we have a problem. So, my direct question is, what is the main obstacle to the creation of a proper energy interconnection of the Iberian Peninsula and the rest of Europe? And of course, the Pyrenees could not be the answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all the interventions from the floor. I really think it has reflected exactly this, challenges, but also opportunities, the systems perspective, the fact that, of course, we have some different views on certain aspects of the energy future, no doubt. And there has been a lot of questions coming to the panel. And interestingly enough for you, I will give you a minute each to give that, full-fledged, wise answer. But also, of course, this can spill over, not least to the lunch discussion. It's going to be lunch soon, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of intensive discussions there. But Marcus, something you take with you and want to send also as a signal.
Sure, why don't we get 90 seconds, by the way? So, three things. Italy, you brought up the Chevard research and development. Great point. Look at your own countries. Most countries in the EU assign lower amount of energy rated RD&D now than they did 45 years ago. It's embarrassing. Second, from Germany, you had a question, where will the hydrogen come from outside the EU? I think that's a great question. I don't know the answer, to be honest. Hydrogen is really difficult to ship and really expensive, unless you have a pipeline. Yeah. So I think this target to produce domestically is a good one, but super challenging, like I mentioned in my talk. It requires lots of electricity. And that brings me to my third point. Several of you brought up the difference between saving energy and being efficient. I think Belgium, you brought it up very nicely. It's very true. We can't save ourselves through this crisis, but what we can do very quickly is save to impact prices. But slightly longer term, we need to be more efficient. And precisely because we need so much electricity and for that matter gas, we need to be super wise about where we use it. So don't waste, for example, hydrogen on applications where we can do other things. So those are just 3 points picking up from the discussion. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Bertil.
Thank you as well. I think we can see the clean energy transition with all its format is happening, and we got all these questions. I will also pick up on green hydrogen as one example where we see the use in hard-to-abate sector, energy intensives, and maybe in long-term transport. And in order to do so, we have ambitious target domestically, but also to import. North Africa might be one country or one area where we can import. Ukraine in the future, but maybe we should look also at domestic hydrogen production, and also the corridors like Portugal, Spain mentioned. They are lacking interconnections. We know that, and we try to help financially, but also politically. But there is also this proposal of a green hydrogen corridor going from Portugal, Spain to France, which we are looking at right now as well. So around this green hydrogen, I think it's not the only thing, but it's an example of how we can work together on a number of issues. It can also be used as storage and flexibility. That is something we are looking at in the discussion on the market design. I think it's an important element looking at the future flexibilities we need from demand and supply. And my last word, competitiveness and prices and the social aspects are something we are really looking in all parts of the EU. One of the words is just transition, also for those who are now coal region, but it's broader than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Timur, you get the final word.
Yeah, thank you. And I have 3 points within 1 minute. Good luck to me, I suppose. Now, first one is about hydrogen and Austria's question, but it was somehow inherent to others. How can EU be competitive here? First, 3 points here. First is build on the current leadership. In fact, Europe has the largest project pipeline for new electrolyzer manufacturing worldwide, on par with China at this point in time. So making sure the investment is flowing. Only 4% of all electrolyzer projects currently have reached final investment decision globally. So there is an important point to leverage, to push. Second, the partnership element has been mentioned also by Germany. I think it's important to keep in mind that shipping costs generally add $1 to $3 per kilogram on top of the hydrogen produced. So despite on top of the technical challenges that are there, and here ammonia might be a solution, at least in some areas, the shipping cost adds very much. So my third point here is embracing some of the additional domestic opportunities to produce green hydrogen. Today is a big offshore conference taking place, offshore wind conference taking place with the German Chancellor, President Macron, various others. It has two very important factors. You can produce large volumes and you can produce them very cheap. A second comment on competitiveness, very briefly, for heavy industries. I would just like to make the comment that I'm not sure that past ways of operating are the best ways for the long-term challenges that we are facing here. There are other countries who are moving. The US Inflation Reduction Act has been mentioned. China is moving forward. So I can only encourage here to build on, again, current leadership. The EU has the largest project pipeline for producing low-emission steel from hydrogen in particular. So leveraging that project pipeline, fostering synergies among sectors. If you have a strong electrochemistry sector, as you have it in Europe, you can build electrolyzers and you can build batteries. It's the same principles. So make use of that. You have a large domestic market here. You don't have cheap energy, I recognize that. But of course, building on leadership, capturing the market is very important. And as a final comment, my third point, I would really like to thank all the EU countries for the leadership they have shown in supporting Ukraine over the last year in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the panel. And I will hand over to the chair, but just a final point, I know you will probably also stress really to visit also the companies out there. I worked on climate issues for 30 years, and every time I feel a bit depressed, I always make a booking with an entrepreneur or a startup company, and the energy comes back, and you feel that, you know, there is so much really going on, and so much entrepreneurship and innovation going on, not least in Europe. So let's all have that as a mission to build on that, and as you said in the end here, to show European leadership. So with that, I would like to hand over to the chairman, Mr. Andersson, and I'm sorry that I didn't manage to keep time exactly. This is completely my fault, no one else. So please, I hand over to you.
I will not blame you, Johan. I will thank you instead of your great work as a moderator. I think that you deserve an applaud by yourself.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that being said, we can conclude these interesting discussions and we will soon head out for a lunch. But before that, we will have a family photo which will be taken in the grand stairways, which is on your right side through that exit. And once that's been done, there will be served a buffet lunch in the grand gallery over there. And then we will meet in here again at 1:30. So let's all head out for the family photo. Thank you.
Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
If you please take your seats, we will continue with session 3. Dear colleagues, welcome back. I hope that you enjoyed the lunch, but also that you took the opportunity to discuss both with each other and continue the discussions that we started before lunch, but also that you took the chance to speak to the people by the exhibition to learn more about the Swedish innovations that were presented. We will now continue to our session 3 on today's agenda. We will begin this session with a panel discussion with a group of young researchers and innovators who are involved in innovation related to the field of energy in various ways. After this introduction, an introductory discussion, we will have an open question time once again, and just like before lunch, you will apply to the speaker list through your iPad. There's already been a couple of people who put themselves up on the speaker list, and I advise you to start doing that because more and more names will drop in during this discussion. And once again, I will leave the floor to a moderator, this time Lina Bertling-Tjernberg. So you're more than welcome, Lina, to go up and present yourself and the researchers and innovators, and then we will open up for the discussions down below. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think you can hear me well. I'm very honored to be here for the last session today, and I've been listening very carefully at all your discussion in the morning. So for this session, we will speak about research, innovation and development. And what is our hope here is that you will all bring something with you. Because at the end, we want to solve our challenges that we have. And I think if we reflect a little bit on the discussion in the morning, we might be able to agree that we do not agree on everything. And I think that is one thing that's very important. And one of the, I think, very nice end of the first session was that the future will be collaboration. So I think that is also something very important for us. So what we have prepared for you is a panel with 4 brilliant scientists within very different fields and areas. And obviously, we will not be able to cover all topics on energy. So we will just give you, we call in Swedish smörgåsbord, a little bit nice taste of 4 different topics. So I will introduce all these speakers, and after they will enter up here, and then they will have a little bit of time to share with you their topic and some of their contribution. And after that, we will have a discussion and see where we go. And maybe I should say just a sentence about myself. In the beginning, I was very, very happy to hear many of you saying that the grid is important, power grid. I happen to be my special area in power system grid. So if you want to spend a couple of more days here, I'm happy to invite you to talk about that. But today I'm trying to contribute to be a moderator. So let me now introduce our scientists that will be in the panel. We have Afzal Siddiqui, and he's a professor in the Department of Computer and System Sciences at Stockholm University. And he's also a adjunct professor in the Department of Mathematics and System Analysis at Aalto University. And then we have Valentina Zakaria, and she is Associate Professor in Energy Engineering and member of the Future Energy Center at Mälardalen University. Then we have Jessica Ewell. She is Associate Professor in Energy Transition at the Department of Space, Earth and Environment at Chalmers University of Technology, and also with University of Belgium. And she is member of the Young Academy of Science. Then we have Liam Hardy, and he's a co-founder and CFO of Cellfion, and he will tell you more what that is about. He's also on the list of Forbes list of 30 under 30. So now I would like to welcome our panelists to take place, and we will be very happy to listen to your short story. Thank you. Okay. Would you like to start? Yes, Liam will start. Thank you.
Founder of Cellfion, a company that's recently been spun out from research at three research institutes here in Sweden, consisting of KTH, Royal Institute of Technology, Linköping University, and RISE, the Royal Institute the Research Institute of Sweden. And in my role as CEO, I've been very fortunate to collaborate with these 3 research institutes and to even see new materials, biomaterials from research being pushed towards commercialization within the energy industry. And a large part of what I do is looking into the value chains for these new materials, looking at the different stakeholders and how these materials can impact them and what their problems are today. And one thing that I found when I was looking into these different battery and hydrogen companies, which is the application for our ion selective membrane, which is the material we're working with, is that there is a lot of unsustainable materials that are actually still being used within the energy sector in order to help us towards our transition of a renewable economy. The use of rare metals for electrode materials are still being used, and more specifically platinum and iridium, which can be extremely expensive and which can contribute to the increased price for hydrogen technologies such as fuel cells and electrolyzers, which are used for green hydrogen production. But even the membranes which are used within these industries, which is one of the middle components, they're still based on fossil-based materials, such as fluorinated materials and PFAS. And this is something that has already been recognized by the EU as a major issue. And actually, when you look at the standards for hydrogen dating back to 2016 from the Department of Energy, this is something that was even stated then, that we need to begin to phase out these type of materials, but we still haven't done that today. So what's been recently discussed and what we've been following quite closely is that the EU might now be pushing towards actually eliminating PFAS materials, which could happen over 3 steps, starting in 2025, where the first ban may be to actually reduce the non-necessary type of material, applications for the material, and then later, 5 years later, to ban the applications for the materials which today only exist in research, and then a probation date for 12 years for those materials that today have absolutely no competition. And it's incredibly important that we see that new materials are being developed actively from research, and this is something that we are doing at Selfion. So what we've done at Selfion is that we're taking forest materials, which the Swedish economy is very good at, and we are developing what's called an ion exchange membrane. Now, this is a material that's critical to the hydrogen industry and battery industries. And we target 2 applications which can play leading roles in the transition, which is fuel cells for the conversion of hydrogen into electrical energy. And these are going to be very much used within heavy transport industries. We've even seen roadmaps from companies leading up to 2035 where they may be aiming towards the aviation industry. And the other application that we're looking into are fuel cells, is redox flow batteries. Now, this is a technology that is not majorly well known by a lot of people. However, it is an incredibly emerging technology which can store extreme amount of energy. And this has actually been proven in China, where they have now a vanadium redox flow battery capable of storing 800 megawatt hours of energy with a 200 megawatt of power. Now, the really nice thing about these batteries is that you can actually decouple the capacity from the power of them by simply scaling the electrolyte tanks. So how you store energy in these technologies is simply in the form of an electrolyte, which is a liquid. So if you want to store more energy, you simply build these tanks to become bigger. And if you want more power, you simply build out the electrochemical stacks, which are used to convert the liquid and the molecules into electricity by releasing the electrons. And this is something that we've been pushing towards the future technologies. And we're seeing now that the redox flow battery has recently been accepted into the European battery passport, which is a major step for this industry. But we need to keep on pushing these type of technologies forward. And we see that these technologies now do exist.
Thank you so much. Can we continue? Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. It was so inspiring to listen to all of your questions and conversation this morning and to see so much interest in energy. And today what I want to do is to answer 3 questions for you. The first is how fast are renewables growing? So this is a fact, something we can measure. The second is why aren't they growing faster? Why do we think that there is this speed limit? And the third is what are innovative policies from other sectors and different countries that we can implement to make them grow faster. So first, how fast are renewables growing? So when we're talking about the speed of renewable growth or the speed of any technology growth, it's important to know that technologies do not grow linearly. The way they grow is at first they accelerate, so you have more and more and more installations every year, and then you get onto the highway. And they actually grow linear at that point. And we can measure this linear growth rate. And what this linear growth rate is at the maximum about 1 to 2% of electricity generation a year. So if a country generates about 140 terawatt hours, like Sweden does, we can increase generation from renewables about 1.4 to 2.8 terawatt hours a year. Now, what leads to this speed limit? And this answers the question as to why renewables are not growing faster. Now, what happens when you get to this linear rate is that the drivers of a new technology, so falling costs, increasing interests, new consumer groups, are balanced out by the barriers to that new technology. So suddenly people don't want the technology in their backyard. And this is one of the key challenges with the transition. So in Sweden last year, only about a quarter of wind permits were approved. Okay, so here we see the opposition. We see interest from developers and investors, but we see public opposition. Now I want to conclude today by focusing on innovative policies that we can experiment with and implement to overcome these challenges. Because this is not the first time where we have a global good, we have a technology that is going to have global benefits for the world, for Europe, and for our countries, but those costs are borne out at the local level. So it's not all of us who have to host wind turbine parks. Those costs are borne out in local communities, and these communities are telling us that they can't bear those costs. So how can we overcome this? Societies have overcome this in the past. Communities hosting hydropower plants have been compensated both in Sweden and Norway historically, and this enabled public acceptance and public support for hydropower. A similar compensation scheme was introduced in Japan for communities hosting nuclear power plants, and we can also learn from the compensation schemes that are being implemented for coal phase-out. So coal phase-out has faced tremendous opposition in many countries, and those costs are borne by local communities. So it's borne by the coal-rich regions. And when we analyzed all the coal compensation schemes that are in place today, the cost of this is about the cost of the carbon price. So this is the cost to make the energy transitions not only technically feasible, but also feasible sociopolitically. And one of the things that's really exciting is that now the EU and many other global north countries, including Germany, France, Denmark, Italy, and Norway, among others, are pursuing compensation for developing and emerging economies through the Just Energy Transition Partnerships. So these types of benefit sharing programs, so it's not always compensation, it can also be profit sharing, but these types of benefit sharing programs can really help us make the transition go faster in terms of phasing out old technologies and fossil fuels, and also introducing and scaling up new ones. So as Marcus talked to us about this morning, all technologies have impact. And the challenge is that the benefits, we all benefit from new technologies. We will all benefit from a climate-friendly future. But these costs are borne at the local level, and we need to have much more policy effort focused on ameliorating the concerns and ameliorating the costs at the local level. So thank you so much, and I'm really looking forward to our conversation today.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I also want to thank Lily for inviting me to take part of this debate and this conversation. It has been really interesting to hear all these different perspectives in the morning, and to hear how much interest there is to implement sustainable technologies. I wanted to touch upon 3 points in connection to what has been discussed in the morning, and give a bit of insights about the type of research and innovation I've been worked on. One point is we have discussed that one of the major challenges in electrification lies in the grid capacity. And it has been mentioned that distributed generation can be one of the solutions. So generating locally so that we have to rely less on transferring electricity from one place to the other, which can stress the grid a lot, especially when we have a lot of renewable energy that we want to integrate in the grid. So one of the topics I've been working on a lot in my research connected to distributed generation is fuel cell technology, similar to what my colleague Liam was explaining. So technology to convert hydrogen into electricity, and in particular a technology that is high temperature fuel cells, which have the particularity that they can operate not only on hydrogen, like other type of fuel cells, but also on biogas, but also natural gas. So that is maybe one piece of the puzzle to ensure maybe a smooth transition from natural gas to hydrogen, because the same technology can be used at first with the resources that we have in place today, and tomorrow can be converted into maybe using purely green hydrogen. But the difference with normal engines that nowadays use natural gas is that it can cut the consumption of natural gas even of half. So it's because it's a much more efficient technology. So it's in line what it was saying this morning, that we need to increase energy efficiency. It's not the same as just saving energy by not producing. We can produce energy, but in a more efficient manner. And to some extent, this technology can also reduce maybe the need of some of the core materials that are now we see are very critical, that maybe come only from China and so on. Another point I wanted to mention, still under the umbrella of hydrogen production, what I'm missing a bit in this roadmap for hydrogen, which I'm really glad it's in place, because I really see the important role of hydrogen in the future energy market. But what I'm missing a bit is understanding where are the priorities for the use of hydrogen, because clearly we have really high ambition. I'm impressed with the ambitions of ramping up the production of hydrogen to 10 million tons, I think it was. But we need to understand that the amount of hydrogen requested for all the applications that we have in mind is much more. Just for the steel industry, now I don't have the number on the top of my head, but I think it could be between 7 and 8 million tons of hydrogen just to support the steel industry. And then we need 3 million tons of hydrogen to produce fertilizers in Europe. And other high numbers also if we want to introduce hydrogen in the transportation sector. So maybe it's interesting for us to understand what is the priority, what is that we want to decarbonize first, because infrastructure will change. So we can focus on developing the infrastructure for the applications that we need. And touching on fertilizers, production of fertilizers, part of my research has also been gliding around the actually reuse of wastewater instead of for irrigation, for agricultural irrigation, because in that way we could save up to 20% of the fertilizers need for irrigation, because there is nitrogen in the wastewater. So we could save up a lot of, a really high amount of energy, both into treating the water and in producing the fertilizer, and of course a lot of amount of hydrogen that is needed for these fertilizers. And the final point that I want to mention is that what is very interesting also moving forward, as we said, the connection, collaboration, but also see how much different sectors will have to communicate and really collaborate with each other. As I mentioned, maybe the sector of wastewater treatment and fertilizer production, but also when we produce hydrogen, there is a lot of heat also that is just generated by this with hydrogen production. So it's heat that we want to reuse. It's not it shouldn't be a waste. So interesting perspective also in the topic of district heating and cooling, new generation of district heating and cooling that can handle also low temperature heat sources like hydrogen production, for example. And yes, I think my time is up, so I give the word to you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have been asked by the moderator to keep my remarks to 5 minutes or so I will stick to that. So thank you everybody for attending and for participating in this session. Just want to start off by saying that the EU and Sweden in general are moving in the right direction in terms of environmental and economic policy that governs it. What I'm going to say is maybe going to indicate how we could be even better. So one aspect that I would like to consider is the incentives of the users of those technologies that we're all talking about and the externalities that should be mitigated. So from my work, I'm looking at the use of game theoretic models in the power sector to analyze the transition towards a renewable power system. So in the Nordic region, just like in the other countries in the EU, we're trying to decarbonize our power sector, electrify the rest of the economy, and that will enable us to meet the climate challenge. Now, this is completely reasonable, and it will be underpinned by a large investment in variable renewable resources such as wind and solar power, which do not produce any emissions in their operations, but as you know, they are intermittent. So this means that they create imbalances in the power system that need to be managed by flexible resources such as hydro or storage, and we have plenty of hydro in the Nordic region, so we should be in a good position. However, the use of these technologies is not always as intended by the policymakers, because if you're a policymaker, your objective is to maximize social welfare. And what that would envisage is you take energy from when it's in an off-peak period and you move it to a peak period. However, if you are the user of that technology, if you're a large power company, and we saw earlier from the IEA presentation, there's sufficient market share, like 60% or 70% in certain sectors. You're a large power company and you own a resource or a service that is in demand, that gives you leverage. And then if you can manipulate your production in order to change the prices to your advantage, why wouldn't you do that? So in such a setting, a strategic producer would actually go in the opposite direction, remove energy from the peak period and dump it in the off-peak period in order to raise the prices more in the peak period than they go down in the off-peak period. And what that will have as a consequence is it will subvert the price signals for more investment in renewables in the future, which will derail our decarbonization efforts. So the perspective here is that a policymaker needs to think through the consequences of a policy by thinking about the incentives of the agents, and the technique that I use to arrive at this conclusion is a Nash-Cornot model, which I guess is a typical workhorse in energy economics, because it allows the incentives of the agents to be modeled, and then you can fine-tune the policy. So I guess where we're headed in the future is that if we're going to have even more variable renewables in the system, there'll be even more need for flexibility, which will then enhance the leverage. So then we will need to have mitigating policies like having more comprehensive carbon pricing, having investment in transmission lines. But still, we will be at risk of a strategic lock-in, like was mentioned earlier. So if we think that we're going to decarbonize everything just by building out more capacity on the supply side, well, where are all those resources going to come from? And the owners of the resources are going to have more leverage. So if we don't want to have a lock-in with the providers of the raw materials and the components, we need to think of the whole energy system, because the power sector is then going to be coupled with transport, with heating, with industrial processes. If we want to avoid this kind of strategic lock-in, it makes sense to look at the demand side, to look more at energy efficiency measures, to have a more comprehensive carbon pricing, to have sufficiently high prices to initiate the investments in the right kinds of technologies in the right places. So I think that there is a trade-off between having sufficiently high prices to get the investments that you need, and also looking after the consumers who are going to be worried about the high prices. But you can still target the support programs to the consumers without blunting the market's ability to work. And this means that the less consumption that you have, the less likely you are to end up in this kind of strategic lock-in. So I would look forward to having a more comprehensive discussion on demand-side measures and on getting rid of those regulations that tie us into a resource-dependent, low-density, car-dependent lifestyle.
Okay, thank you so much for giving this introduction to your contributions. So, may I take a few minutes to discuss a little bit with you before we let everyone in here? So, Liam, you are representing an example from coming from university development to innovation and startup company. So would you like to share a little bit about your success story of this and maybe share some of the challenges with us?
So we started Selfion just over... Oh, thanks. We started Selfion just over a year and a half ago, and when we started the company, we knew that new materials were going to be incredibly important for the energy industry, and we knew that the materials that we're using today wouldn't be sustainable long term, but we didn't really know what the impact would actually be until we started the company, and when we started to see that new laws and legislations were coming in actually to ban a lot of the materials or restrict them that were already in place today. And this is something that has helped us massively in our journey from research. Now, one of the challenges with any technology coming out of research is you have to prove it. And the time to market isn't fast. You're talking, on average, 8 to 10 years to launching products from research. So you need to be able to find capital to support you in your development, and you need to be able to find customers and other partners that are willing to help you to actually prove your technology in the market. And this is one of the biggest things, that you need to, first of all, develop your product to a point where you see that you have what we call a ticket to ride in the startup industry. And this means that you have a minimum viable product that's good enough for somebody else to take initiative to. But then you need to take it a step further by proving it in industry and letting the duration and the performance prove in relevant environments.
Thank you so much. So I noticed, and Valentina, when you were speaking, you had a lot of little bit similar connections here. So what do you see? What could be the business model from coming out from your research?
So when we talk about high temperature fuel cells, I don't know if I have a really high competence to design a business model. I'm still in the step of research, but I mean, this is a technology that it's very well in use now, and it's already commercialized. But it's still, I recognize the challenges that Liam is discussing. That there is a first phase when a lot of investment is needed, a lot of incentives and subsidies maybe from governments are needed, because the technology needs some time to repay itself, let's say. But it has really, it is now employed, for example, in data centers where we need a really stable and consistent amount of energy that we need. So it can really provide very efficient energy generation in like a small grid, a small local generation. So as we were discussing before, so maybe to lessen or to decrease this reliability on the overall grid that cannot be subjected to so much fluctuation. This is the big challenge that it was discussed a lot this morning, that there is, and that was mentioned, that there is always a certain maximum amount of fluctuating energy resources that can be integrated in the grid. So, so this is one thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. So Jessica, you were talking about innovative policies and sharing good examples. So could you share some little bit more insight?
Yeah, so I'm really interested in policies that can help with this benefit sharing, so that can help local communities that host large projects or that suffer from losing large industries, fossil fuel industries, that can help mitigate the challenge for these communities. And we see several examples from history. So one is hydropower compensation for hydropower communities which host hydropower plants. We also see compensation policies for communities in Japan which host nuclear power plants. And now we're seeing some policies with wind where in certain communities there's profit sharing, so the developers share some of the profits with the local community. And I think coal phase-out offers a great example, where we're seeing all countries that have accelerated coal phase-out, so all countries that are phasing out coal faster than they would just as power plants get old and unprofitable, all of them have compensation policies for affected regions, workers, and sometimes companies, usually dedicated towards regions and workers. So I think this type of benefit sharing is a really exciting way to make the transition go faster and to help us meet our goals.
Thank you so much. So we had a very exciting discussion at lunch, didn't we? Yes.
Oh,
so
yes.
if I say, like, challenge you now and say, how do you have any examples on things you can improve? Please.
That I can improve, or just, okay, so examples that we could implement soon would be to get rid of certain regulations that promote the use of fossil fuels or promote the use of resource-intensive, low-density housing lifestyles, where basically people who are living in the suburbs are not raising sufficient tax revenues to cover the cost of their lifestyle. All the infrastructure for the roads, the wires, the pipes that go into that are being subsidized effectively by people who live in the cities who generate enough tax revenues to cover that lifestyle. So things like business travel expense in Sweden, Reseavdrag, which kicks in at 11,000 crowns a year. So that's about 1,000 euros a year. If you have expenses above that, you can deduct from your taxes. But I, as a user of public transit, will never reach that level because the monthly ticket in Stockholm is 90 euros and 5 weeks of vacation are not applicable towards that. So it's effectively incentivizing the use of private vehicles to drive around the suburbs instead of taking public transit. And the Swedish tax authorities' internal audits have shown that there were 230 million euros a year between 2014 and 2016 that were misapplied in 50% of the cases, and in only 1% of the case was the benefit to the taxpayer. So as a taxpayer, I'm paying for people who can afford cars to be driving around in the suburbs instead of getting rid of regulations that would avail us to unleash the possibility of the demand side. So regulation is what matters because it drives incentives for people's behaviors and their choices.
Thank you. Do you have any examples from your research on how this could be improved?
Yes, so you could impose carbon taxes on resources that are being used to develop these infrastructures, these single-family houses, which, okay, another example from Sweden is where you can deduct expenses for home improvement, and it's not necessary that the home improvement has to improve the energy efficiency of the dwelling. It can just be that I want to have a marble countertop, so I can increase the price of my home. Is that really something that should be subsidized by the state? So we can have more incentives for energy efficiency through higher carbon taxes, through by removing regulations that are promoting this frivolous development of the housing bubble as well.
Thank you so much. So I think now we are getting ready to open up the floor for questions or comments or sharing. And as you know, this is our last session, so we take the opportunity to discuss. And I think Johan did a great job before, so let's try to come back to that. So I think we have a order here, speaker order. So if I kindly can invite our first speaker. Here, please, from Spain.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I found it really interesting. There's a number of well, I'm coming from Spain, from the Spanish Parliament, okay? So there's a number of comments I have and questions. The first one, it's about the materials. We are very surprised that there's not much talk about uranium. You know, we always talk about the materials for renewables, but for example, when this morning there was a lot of talk about the Russian embargo, and gas and oil are embargoed, but uranium is not, which is very surprising. So there is a kind of silent regulation from the European Union which goes in favor of nuclear, which we think we are very concerned about. The second comment is about something Jessica said, Jessica Jewell, about renewables can only grow 1% per year. Why? Where does she say that? Because in Spain, it's growing faster than that. For example, solar photovoltaic has grown 33% in the last year. So, I mean, I don't think that's numbers. That's numbers. So I question that figure, but I would be interested to know where it is coming from. And I agree very much on both the demand side approach and the need of regulation. There's I think, an urgent need of regulation. We could put, I don't have time, but in Spain with the climate change law, we did a number of measures which I think are being very positive in driving our country towards lower carbon dependency. But I don't have time to look into it, but I think that's the right approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your statement. I think your first comment related to the minerals, and that we have had this little bit similar reflection in a couple of places I've been, that we talk about it for some sources, but not for all of them. But we also have to think about the volume. The volume. If you compare solar and nuclear, for example, you need so huge volume of material compared to nuclear. I mean, one of the strengths of nuclear is that it's very efficient in the volume. But sure, that is very. But I don't think. Do anyone want to comment on that here? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a very important subject around the materials that we are going to use in the future of energy, because we need to already now begin to think about where's the energy industry going to be in 20, 30 years' time, and what is it that we've actually used to take us there. Because it's okay that we're going over to these new devices, these new energy applications, hydrogen, batteries, but what are the materials that we're actually using? And are they sustainable long term? Now, there is a lot of research around in the world that are using everything from biomaterials from the forest, like what Selfie are working with. The lignin, for example, is a fantastic material that's being used now for batteries, which is also derived from wooden materials. And this is something that we really need to put attention to now, because it's going to be too late in 20, 30 years. Right now, everyone's so focused on fixing the climate goal and not emitting more CO2 into the atmosphere. But let's make sure that the things that we're using in order to do that are sustainable long term as well.
Thank you so much. So your other comment was related to the assumption on how fast we can really increase in renewables. And I mean, if you look at the European Union, I think one of the reasons why we were discussing the shift in terminology into sustainability instead of renewable was that some calculations are showing that it's too slow for the world if we're only using renewable energy resources. But I understand that not everyone agrees on that, but some calculations are showing on that. Do anyone want to comment on that?
Yeah, I would love to. I just want to go right to the numbers. It's a great question. So you and I are probably using different percentages, different denominators. So let's imagine a national energy system of 100 terawatt hours. And let's say it has 6 terawatt hours from wind a year. If it grows 2 terawatt hours of wind, let's say from this year to next year, we add 2 terawatt hours. Compared to the wind in the system, it would be a 33% growth rate. But the numbers I'm giving, we always benchmark it, we always normalize it to the whole energy system. Because we find that one of the constraints is actually how much of the energy system, how big the energy system is. So in smaller systems, you're able to grow faster because it takes fewer installations, it takes less activity to actually have a similar impact on the system. Whereas in relatively larger systems, we have this speed limit. It's not a technical limit of about 1 or 2% as this maximum speed. And when I say it's not a technical limit, I mean that we can probably influence it with policy. So we see when policies are strengthened or weakened, the curve will drift up or down. But so far, we see that we're having about this 1 or 2%. And it's not year over year, but it's normalized to the electricity system.
Thank you so much. So then I think we will continue on our next speaker on the list. Welcome. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Distinguished colleagues, panelists, I would like to use this opportunity to endorse the highly holistic approach to energy transition that the European Commission is taking through its new initiative, the Green Deal Industrial Plan for the net zero age, which aims to scale up all these technologies and materials for the energy transition and touches on most of the technologies that we've been discussing, including in this panel, from solar to onshore, offshore wind, grid technologies, carbon capture, battery and storage, of course, and electrolyzers. But there are, and of course, Europe cannot afford to skimp on these opportunities. But in my view, there are two primary challenges here. One is we've seen significant delays in terms of absorbing the recovery resilience funding and connecting Europe facility energy funds that were referenced in the previous panel. And the other one, it is very important through this very smart and sustainable industrial policy to avoid the situation where Europe is simply reinforcing existing European manufacturing capacities or manufacturers that compete globally, but rather to facilitate investment also in the manufacturing capacities across the continent. Just a moment ago, my colleague and I had a great discussion with a Swedish company that produces these innovative roof-integrated solar panels. And they're constantly on the lookout to shorten their supply chains and to move their manufacturing to countries like Latvia, where solar is booming, but local manufacturing capacities are not available. So I encourage European Commission and of course also the Council and the Parliament that will have to adopt this to also focus on these areas. How do we shorten the supply chains by moving manufacturing of these critical technologies and materials closer to where they're actually used, and use fundings for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very interesting statement. Do anyone want to make a comment from the panel? Yes, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the issue of supply chains is super, super important. And we heard this morning about how concentrated these supply chains are. And it's for all low carbon technologies. It's for solar, wind, and nuclear. And finding ways to reshore these supply chains is probably pretty important going forward if we really want to build out our energy system. Because without reshoring, we put ourselves at risk.
Thank you so much. Anyone else want to comment? Yeah. Okay, so thank you for this statement. So we continue, let us continue on the list. So welcome our next speaker.
Yeah, so thank you. My question goes in the direction how to foster the technology, especially when it comes to bring technology to the markets, and so especially to Liam and Jessica, because we should do today what we can do today, but we have to invest in innovation to be also in front in 10 and 15 and 20 years. And what we see is that in a lot of technological fields, also when it comes to energy technology, we see the amount of venture capital in the United States a multiple of 100 to what we see here in Europe. And this is especially a lack of private investments. And we see these private investments also from a lot of European, let's say, family offices, etc., going to Silicon Valley or to Boston when it comes to biotech, and not into the European ecosystem. So what are your thoughts on the question of better fostering private venture capital for technology investments here in terms of energy?
Thank you so much for your question. Maybe Liam, if you want to comment?
Yes, thank you. I think it's an interesting question around financing sort of startups and scale-ups within the energy sector at the moment. And it was actually, I think it was last year, the climate tech and green tech and energy technologies, they were the most heavily invested segments in the world. So we do see that the private equity is actually, there is a trend towards more of these green techs, which is really promising. Now, with regards to sort of Silicon Valley, I think one thing that I've realized when I've been sort of developing Selfion is that when you look at Silicon Valley, it's the valuations of companies there are at a completely different scale than compared to what they are here in Europe. So if you're going into your first investment round in Europe, for example, you might have an evaluation of a couple of million euros. If you go into your first investment round in the US, you're looking at tens of millions of euros. So there's a really big, the sort of concept around financing for startups, I think, is completely different. These sort of startups, we know there seems to be a bridge for, or a gap in the financing system for startup companies, especially in the really early stages. So when you're first, it's quite easy to secure finance more towards the research part, but as soon as you actually take the leap to establish a company, there is a gap between the first years of having a company up till around the third year, when you can actually prove that your technology works. And this is something that is a major problem still today, that we need to try to find how do we initiate that initial investment into companies.
Thank you so much. Jessica, would you like to comment as well?
Yeah, sure. So 2 things here. One is, I think we need to recognize that many innovations fail and find ways to support that failure. Because before a technology starts to take off, you have this really long stage, and it can last years, where it's just, 40% growth, 100% growth, negative. And we need a policy environment that supports that. And I think the second point is that this really speaks to Europe's role in the transition. And I think Europe has 2 roles. One is as a front runner. So we see European technology in wind still really dominant, and Europe really benefiting from being a front runner in wind. And then the second role is how to get that technology out to developing and emerging economies so that their emissions can be lower as well, and so that globally we can meet our climate goals.
Thank you. Oh, you want to? Yeah, please.
Yeah, so this kind of addresses what you pointed out earlier, like what research is there to support these kinds of initiatives, and also your question about fostering new technologies. So about 10 years ago, I had an EU project on energy efficient buildings, which included test sites in Spain and in Austria. So we actually had to develop a building energy management system, take it to these buildings and test it out under different policy settings. So we had a nonlinear deterministic program to look at the operational benefits, which could be increase in energy efficiency of 7%, or mixed integer linear programming stochastic program approach, in which we were looking at retrofits, which could lead to 15 to 20% energy savings. And then when we test it out under different conditions, and we can have that benchmarked, and then that could pave a way for that technology to be more readily commercialized, because we have already made a matrix of where it could likely to be successful and where it could need more support. So I think more initiatives from the European Commission involving public and private entities could go a long way towards that.
And just a really final comment, in connection to what Jessica was saying, about this fact that maybe technology needs years to prove themselves, and they can have up and downs. And I think sometimes we forget that there are existing technologies that have been maybe forgotten, overlooked over the years, that now can really come in response to a lot of the challenges we have right now that we want to highlight. That just because it was not maybe the right moment, it was not the right amount of investment back then, now we kind of forgot. So it's, I think it's just good to keep in mind and to keep to have a good overview of the map of technology that are available today that can, we really have, I think, the piece of the puzzle that we need just to put them into place.
Thank you so much. 2 final comments here. Failure is something that's important, and I think it's very, as a scientist, we normally say that doing failure is part of the process. And I'm not sure how you think, politicians, but it would be very helpful, I think, if we can incorporate that also in political sense, because we learn. If we learn what we are doing, we are definitely improving. And the other thing is about Silicon Valley. When I started as a scientist, I went every year to the North America. But now, before COVID, okay, I had to go to Asia every year, actually. So we should not forget Asia. I only heard China today, but Silicon Valley today is actually in Bangalore. Yeah, so we have to remember that Asia is also Silicon Valley today. So let's continue on and very thank you for your good questions. So please, the next speaker, where are you? Here, yes, hello.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Professor. First of all, I wanted to ask you, as an expert in grid electricity, right? Is it possible to make green transformation without stable energy sources? I understand that in Spain you have quite predictable weather, and maybe that source can be sun, because it's always sunny in Spain, or maybe 90% of the days. In Sahel countries, it's maybe 99% of the days, I don't know. But in Middle Europe and most of the Europe, the weather is kind of unpredictable, and we need stable source, because in other case our grid, electrical, however you call it, could just collapse, and it's just dangerous. So that's one thing. The second thing I wanted to ask Mr. Professor Siddiqui from the Stockholm University. Did I understand you correctly that from your point of view, countries like China, which will be the main supplier or is the main supplier of raw materials, we won't change the place where raw materials are. We can shortage the supply chain, but the raw materials are where they are. So China have got most of it. So from what I understood, if you were China and you predict that when after they will make European countries, maybe other countries, much more and more in a position of being hostage, they will just increase the price of these raw materials 10 or 20 times, and then we'll be in a dead end without our earlier technologies, etc. Is that prediction correct? Did I understand you correctly? And last question to all of you. Towards the first question I asked Madam Professor, is green transition in Europe possible without nuclear power?
Thank you so much. Maybe we will do like this. Maybe we take your question first, and then we come back. So we start with the minerals.
So yes, thanks for your question. I guess you're asking about like a geopolitical lock-in where we're now so dependent on raw materials and components coming from another state that then we are kind of tied in. Well, I mean, that's always going to be possible. That's why we have to limit our vulnerability by reducing our consumption as much as possible. And that's why somebody said earlier, the best way to reduce emissions is first by reducing consumption and then figuring out how we're going to get the rest of the residual supply. There's a parallel with the geopolitical lock-in that we engaged in with the Russian Federation over 20 years ago, where we thought, well, we're going to buy their gas, molecules are going to come west, euros are going to go east, and they think like us now because they're interested in sustaining this relationship. As long as the money's coming, they're going to behave well. Well, guess what? They're solving a different optimization problem than us. They're not interested in maximizing European social welfare. They're interested in maximizing their geopolitical advantage. So in the same vein, yes, we have to engage with the rest of the world for raw material and components, but we have to have limits on the extent to which we will extend the terms of the agreement. So there need to be mechanisms to ensure that we're not going to end up in this kind of geopolitical strategic lock-in in the future.
Thank you. So your first question, I was allowed to answer, and I'm very happy for that. So actually, I have been trying to answer that question for maybe 1 and 2 years, almost every day. And this, for those of you that read Swedish, maybe not so many of you, but this morning it was an interview with me related to this topic in one of our national magazines. Because what we have a trouble here, you heard our minister in the morning, they are very clear that in Sweden now we have shifted, so our goals are fossil-free. We had a period where our goals was renewable, it's not. So now the goals are fossil-free, that's fact, that's our target. And what does that mean? Well, it means that in the country here, we have a portfolio with hydro, around half hydro, and currently around maybe 30% nuclear, and then we have wind. I personally worked quite a lot with wind, and I'm happy every day when it's like 40, it was actually 50% of the portfolio, but some days it's only 10. So the variation of wind is a fact, it's quite a lot of fact. And I have been answering many, many times this question, and I did it this morning in the news. And I say, from my knowledge, we have the technology in Sweden, so we could do renewable, totally. But that does not mean that it's a more smart thing to do. It does not mean that I advise the government to do that. And from my knowledge, I'm strongly supporting a portfolio with a mixture. Because my expertise area is the power system. And it's no question that you would get a stable, reliable power system if you have a mixture. The most mixture portfolio you have, the better. So that is what I answer. But what's very important, that's also related in this interview, is that we have to be aware that a lot of our decisions are not based on fact, science. It's fact on our religion or heart or feeling and so on. And I have totally respect that people make a selection, they don't want to do things. But I think that's very important to separate it. So that's my version, but I'm not a politician, I'm a scientist. But I think in different countries have definitely different possibilities. We are very lucky here because we have a lot of forest, we have a lot of hydro. But still, our strategy today is to have nuclear. So that is the political strategy here today. And that's what we have done in past. So that was my answer to that. And then it was an answer if it's possible with a green transition. I guess if you say green transition today, the terminology defined European Union is that green is defined as fossil-free. So if you say fossil-free is green, then yes. But if you take away a lot of things that are not fossil-free, it will probably be a very big challenge. It will be too slow. And that is what most calculations show, that if we only use renewable, it's too slow. But this is a difficult subject, and it's not only one answer, but that's what we have seen so far. And would anyone like to comment that? Yeah.
Yes, I can add something. I mean, I agree with every single word you said, so I really find myself in that answer as well. I also think that this diversification is probably the key here, because the key to have a more stable grid and more stable situation in the for energy production. And I want to just support this concept that yes. Fluctuating renewable energy like sun and wind, by nature they cannot keep the grid up and running and stable. So we need definitely a more stable source of energy. This can be nuclear. This can also be in the long term burning hydrogen or other sustainable fuels. But then again, I come back to my comment that we need to define what is the priority, what that we really want to do with hydrogen, because probably we cannot do everything, or at least not everything tomorrow. Just a small thing comes to my mind when it comes to limitation, also coming to nuclear power plant, is that if we are thinking about increasing the penetration of fluctuating renewable, then we will at some point still hit some limitation, because then we need really fast ramp up and down also from this base load of this non-renewable power plants, which I'm not sure like what is the capability of nuclear power in ramping up and down so fast in response to the fluctuation of renewable energy. And then it comes another piece of the puzzle, which is maybe energy storage, really investing in different way of storing energy, because there also probably diversification is the key. So just wanted to throw in some more ideas here.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We could obviously continue this, but I think we should thank you for your question and continue on our list. So the next speaker, please. Where are you?
Here.
Oh, welcome, please.
Thank you. I'm coming from the Republic of Serbia, a country that has been granted the European Union candidate status. Serbia is a small country renowned for its innovators and innovations. A society that wants to make progress in the current global competition must take care of health, food and energy. The energy issue is a test for many countries. Scientific and professional support for policies and strategies must be provided by independent scientific institutions. In this respect, Serbia is in the process of establishing an Institute for Energy and Sustainable Development that will conduct multidisciplinary studies of energy phenomena from a technically, economic and social perspective. The Republic of Serbia has an Innovation Activities Fund, which since 2021 supported 7 projects in the field of energy and energy efficiency through the mini grants program, matching grants program, and the collaborative grants scheme. The Science Institute Mihailo Pupin of the University of Belgrade is engaged on the Artemis project, which the aim of reducing total energy consumption and supply costs through the advanced management techniques and increasing use of renewable energy sources based on the use of artificial intelligence. The Institute also working on the project Promise, the high super bath project for the development of multivalent ion batteries, which will be able to replace the use of lithium-ion batteries. In Robotics Center, we are also working on technical solution industrial prototype of an autonomous mobile solar generator, which could have a great potential in the application of clean energy technologies in agriculture and animal husbandry. The Institute also developed the solar energy focus device with the main purpose to collect and store solar terminal energy. In addition to those innovations, the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering in Belgrade is intensely engaged on the multidisciplinary projects concerning hydrogen energy production. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for sharing experience from your country. I was happy to visit your country actually last year at the conference. Do you, anyone want to comment on this? Yes. Yes, please.
Yeah, I think what's really inspiring from your comment is that you speak about this multidisciplinary center which brings together economists, social scientists, and engineers. Because what we're seeing is that this energy transition that we're facing is not just a technical issue. It's also a social issue, a political issue, and an economic issue. And bringing together these rich resources, I think it's fantastic to look forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So let's continue on our list. So where do we have our next speaker? Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask if you in the research think about small smart solutions in the savings of energy. I say just one example from yesterday, from the shower in my hotel. I spent a pretty long time adjusting my shower to not burn myself, because it was so complicated that I spent a double amount of hot water than I really needed to spend. And if you multiply it in all the hotels and all the people using shower, it could really spend or save a lot of energy. So that's my question. I think the classic lever mechanism of the shower is much more efficient as the very nice design pieces in these hotels. So that's my question. And I would like to make a small remark to our Spanish colleague who is asking several times the question about the embargo on the Russian nuclear fuel. You know, if you are living in a country where in the winter is 20 degrees, it's pretty different than in a country where it's minus 20 degrees in the winter, and where is no wind and no sun in winter. And believe me, we would be very happy to replace the Russian nuclear fuel, but we have no other choice, because our energy industry was focused on Russian nuclear fuel, Russian oil, Russian gas, and we have big problems to replace it. So if you can give us another nuclear fuel, we will be happy. Or if you can supply 15 or 20 terawatt hours of electricity a year to Slovakia, we would be happy to stop it. So that's the problem. That's not so easy if you put an embargo on Russian nuclear fuel. I think we are working on it, and maybe we can do it in 3 or 5 years, but not tomorrow. So that's the problem. Thank you.
So thank you so much for your two statements here. My first question is, you can later tell me which hotel you're staying at, and I will give them some feedback. Normally when I stay at a hotel, I get annoyed because they normally lock it. So you're not allowed to make it heat. So I would say, from my little experience, I think this would be a neutral. But it shouldn't be like that. I think most hotels we have here are really trying to push. They don't even clean because you should be environmentally friendly. So we take that. Your second item is, of course, very difficult. And if I just may give a reflection here, is that at the end, I mean, you leadership of our countries, you have a responsibility for the people. I mean, it's not right or wrong. I mean, if people are freezing, we don't want them to get hurt. So obviously that's a responsibility for the leadership. But on the other hand, we have a war, so we also want to take responsibility for protecting people. So I think this is a different question. But of course, I mean, we come from a cold country here too, and we were happy that it was not so cold this year. For us, the struggle was that, I mean, some people were very freezing, actually. And it's kind of terrible when our elderly people are freezing. So I think all of us can understand that we have to show respect to people. And also try to, so it's very complicated. It's not one solution, and I think we all understand that. So that's a very complicated situation. But the more we know, and I guess that's why it's so important we meet, because we have to understand that we are very different cultures and possibilities. So it makes it easier, I think. Any comments from the panel? Yes, please.
Thank you for those 2 points. I'm sorry you had the issue with the shower. But let me also say, besides just wasting the water while you're fiddling around with the controls, it also depends on when you are fiddling around with the water, because if you have an electricity-based heating system like we're looking at in the future, then peak load pricing could also give you the signal to flatten out your consumption profile, so you're not exactly going and putting the strain on the power system precisely when we are really reaching the peak of our consumption. And secondly, yes, it's terrible that you're in this situation where now you have this strategic lock-in with the Russian energy suppliers. And I don't mean to be crude, but we had 20 years to think about this. So this is not something that now you can point to Spain and say, oh, well, you are sitting here in the sun laughing. You had 20 years, you know, and there's enough blame to go around. You know, I'm a British citizen, so they are proudly beating their chests right now, saying we're helping Ukraine. But for over 20 years, they were letting Russians come to banks in London and launder their money. So there's plenty of blame to go around. The point is, why are we waiting until a crisis before making a change? Make the change before the crisis happens, so you can protect your people.
Okay, so maybe, yeah. But maybe I make a comment here that, yes, I mean, it sounds reasonable what you say, but it's not easy, you know? It's not easy to lead people, is it? But yeah. Do you want to make a comment? Yes, please.
Yeah, just a small comment, not to enter into the discussion, but cold countries have their own problems to heat, and warm countries have the problems to get cooler. Yes. So we do have an energy problem as well. It's not, it's different, but it is a case as well.
Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. So is it anyone else that would like to come on the list, or should we close the list? Oh. Okay, yeah. Okay, so then, did you want to make a comment? Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, I want to briefly talk about some research I did a few years ago on nuclear cooperation. So I speak purely as a scientist on this. I do not envy the position that you all are in. So it's really a challenge, these nuclear cooperation agreements. So what we did was we looked at all nuclear cooperation in the world, and we found that Russia was the supplier in half of them where there was a concrete material element, so either fuel or reactors or equipment. And so I think it's a huge challenge how much Russia has dominated. This research is about 5 years old. I know a think tank in the US recently updated it, and they found that it hasn't changed that much. And I think this will likely influence the future of nuclear, particularly in developing and emerging economies, because in developing and emerging economies, Russia has been able to offer this build, own, operate deal, which it doesn't seem so far like other nuclear suppliers are able to offer.
Liam, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment a little bit on the electrical grid and different ways that we can obviously balance it. There is a lot of different technologies that can be actually used to help to balance the electrical grid. And the thing is, it's not that one technology will dominate and take the leading role. There will be loads of different technologies that need to work together and will be complementary. And we've seen this in many different cases. If you take, for example, green hydrogen production, where you use electrolysis, which is driven by electrolyzers, you need a very constant amount of electricity in order for them to work efficiently. So here we've actually seen that batteries are used to help to produce hydrogen. We've even seen cases where large batteries are complemented with other large batteries. So for example, a redox flow battery might be complemented by a lithium-ion battery, because the redox flow battery has an incredible ability to store large amounts of energy, and the lithium-ion battery can discharge that energy a lot faster. And I think this is a solution. These kind of solutions, these complementary solutions, are something we need to explore for the electrical grid in the future, and can be a viable solution. Thanks.
Okay, so I think we continue on the list. Thank you so much for all inputs. So now we have, let's see where you are sitting. Oh, it's our next speaker is here somewhere. Yes, please. So.
According to the list, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. When we talk about research and innovation in energy, the energy storage is the first thing that comes to my mind. In Cyprus, we attach great importance to the development of new forms of energy storage systems, a field gradually added to our government's funding schemes, in a way to make the most out of the important solar potential of our island. Please mind that we enjoy sun almost every single day of the year. So it is inevitable and necessary to consider storage of solar-generated energy, not only as the finest, but as the final solution to our country's energy demand, and why not even for Europe's energy demand. So I would be more than interested in to hear more regarding policies and programs on energy storage research and innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think what you're underlining here is that we have different resources in different countries. And obviously, if we collaborate and connect, we can do it much better jointly. Any reflections here and start? Yes, please.
First of all, you really made me want to move to Cyprus now, since you enjoy sun every day. That's the thing I miss the most, being in Sweden. But yes, no, I totally agree with you. I also, I think this is one of the key technology where we have to invest in the future. And I want to reiterate, even here we have, I think we have to focus on diversification. We have so many different technology for storage. There is batteries, and again, in batteries, we have so many different technologies, as was mentioned before. We have thermal energy storage, and then we have the possibility to store with hydrogen or producing other fuels. The same way we can produce hydrogen, for example, from electrolysis or from, and then subsequent chemical reactions and so on. And here it really comes to down to what would be the purpose, the application, and we want to store for how much and also for whom, just locally or also to then enable more transfer of energy in different forms throughout Europe. So clearly, maybe batteries are not so easy to transport. If we store energy in a battery in Cyprus, maybe we cannot ship it to Sweden, while producing or storing energy into electrofuels. It can be then much easier to ship them to the rest of Europe. So even here we have a lot of, I think, different technology to look at, and it's a key really to look at all of them and how they can be complementary, I think.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. So I think we will, oh, you wanted to add? Yeah.
Yeah, so just about the battery. So I guess you're referring to a generic storage device that has some efficiency loss. So like the work that I did with such kinds of technologies is that as the efficiency of the device increases, if you're a price-taking operator of that technology and you're moving energy from the off-peak period to the peak period, you get the right price signal and you're willing to do it. And the marginal value of storage capacity is increasing as the device efficiency is increasing. But after a certain point, there comes a turning point where the device is too efficient, whereby moving energy from the off-peak period to the peak period, the peak price is actually depressed and eating into the storage operator's business model. So what can you do if you're designing the policy? You look at the overall power system and impose a high enough carbon tax on the thermal technology so that the marginal value of storage is valued higher and it continues to increase with the device efficiency for a broader range of the efficiency. So if you're promoting research in storage devices, you need to also think about the completing the carbon pricing to go along with it to provide the right price signals.
Okay, thank you so much for adding. So I think we'll continue on our speaker list. So now we have our friends from Spain.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I have one observation and one question later. The observation is for you, for the moderator, because when my colleague talked about the materials before, and uranium in particular, you said that we were shifting from the concept of renewable to the concept of sustainable, and I think we also moved to the concept of low carbon just in order to include nuclear in this concept, because I think nuclear is neither renewable nor sustainable, because it relies on a resource that is scarce. You talked about the scarcity of other materials, but I think the order of magnitude of usage of uranium and other materials is also very different. And it's not sustainable either in any other of the dimensions of sustainability, because we're pushing forward in time, for example, the problem of radioactive materials for future generations. And then the question is for you, Professor Siddiqui. First of all, congratulations for speaking so clearly. It's difficult to hear something like this in a parliament, but you said that policies can drive reduction of consumption and carbon emission because policy influences behavior. So how can we prevent things like storage from becoming a game of speculation? How can we take this out of the market logic and use it in our profit? I mean, can we convert it into a stability system or a stability mechanism and just give it to the grid manager in a country? Or what movements, what kind of movements can we make in order to push these policies in the right direction? Because, as you said, this is one of the risks of storage, which is, I think, the key to the electrification of as much of the system as we can.
Thank you so much. I just want first to comment your observation. The observation I was referring to was this, as all of you know, that it was this process within European Union on the taxonomy, where they actually defined sustainability to include nuclear. And we might not like that or agree with anything, but it was a fact that they were doing that. So maybe, but fossil-free is probably more correct terminology to use, but for certain. Okay, so now Asim, please.
Yes, thank you for your question. So yes, you're right that storage is a technology that provides flexibility, and that if that service is scarce, then it could be exploited in a market setting, especially if the provider of that service has sufficient market share. So there was a case by the European Commission against one of the big Spanish companies that was using its hydro in a way that was not compatible with the water values that were coming out of the system. So I think that they were threatening to take them to court. So more kinds of preemptive measures like this are required, but also you need to have a mix of different kinds of flexibility options. So you could mitigate the possibility that a storage owner somewhere has local market power by building sufficient transmission capacity to subvert whatever strategy is going to deploy. Likewise, you could have enough response from the demand side, so you're not vulnerable to, okay, maybe it's going to exert market power, but it's not going to have the same impact that it would if demand were just completely flexible, and then we're at the mercy of that service provider.
Thank you. If I just may make a comment here too, because when we talk about storage here, there are also an aspect of, if we are only looking at electricity, we might not need a storage. We might need it sometimes, but not always. So it's also one thing to think that if we have the balance in the system, we can do flexibility, both on the charging, the load, and also on the generation. So we can do this flexibility. So storage is something we can use as a backup or something. So I think from technology side, it might be important to think that maybe the first priority would be to make the system work and then use the storage when it's needed. So it's quite important, as I see, from an engineering point of view, that we don't want people to make a benefit in storage just because it's a storage. We want the system to work because that's what's healthy for our system. So it's very important to look at from the right way. And sometimes people say energy when they mean electricity, which is a bit... Here it is important, because if we talk about electricity, we might not need a storage, actually, if we have the use the same as the production. So it's important. So sometimes we need a storage, sometimes we don't. So we don't want to pay for anything we don't want to use. So this could be a little bit of a challenge. Yes. Please.
If I may, that's exactly what I was asking, because if you insert the storage system into the market, then it's going to be used to make a profit out of it instead of what is thought of, I mean, as a system of backup. And in an electric system like in Spain, that we're aiming to a 100% renewable eventually, then we are going to need storage as a must. I mean, we are trying to get rid of the baseload electricity production from nuclear. You know that we have a plan to close our nuclear plants, and we are aiming to a 100% renewable, so we are going to need these storage systems. And then there is this risk of using it as a supply-demand balance instead of a load balance of the system. That's why I was asking what mechanisms and what policies we can implement to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, so that's good.
I would advise that we follow the speaking list instead of allowing a debate on and off.
Sorry. Yes. So now we have our next speaker from Romania. Please, yes.
Thank you. There are a lot of discussions going around about microgrids and independent energy communities and so on. So my question is, how do you think will be affected the current system of centralized grid that is in place now by these developments? And in this context, how it will be impacted the integration of huge solar and wind farms, and also how should we think the storage systems in this context? Because I agree with the colleague from Cyprus that storage is paramount for this system where we are basing on fluctuant production of energy from solar and wind. And also for Mr. Siddiqui, actually what you are saying, I'm referring to what you have said at the end of your introduction, that state should somehow penalize people that are using individual cars and living in individual homes for the sake of energy efficiency and to stimulate adopting a collective lifestyle, like using only public transportation and living in collective apartment blocks. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. I think maybe I will actually start to answer, if that's okay. So if we look traditionally on the development, we started with small central because that's how we built up our society. And if you look at Sweden, for example, we have a lot of hydro. So we started with small scale, and then eventually we have the central large. And this is what we can see in Europe, that from the power system perspective, it has grown. It's grown to be more connected, interconnected. And the reason for that is because it's really efficient. It's efficient with large scale. So, but what happened during the maybe 10 years back is that we're actually going back a little bit to the small scale. So what we see now is we have a mixture of large scale and small scale. And there can be different reasons for this. One reason is obviously because it's the cost for batteries, the cost for solar technology is reducing. So now we can see the benefit. I have myself published research where we can actually show that it's beneficial for houses to install solar, even though we are in a cold country. So we can see now that it's happening. But then we can ask ourselves what will happen in future. And now when we have a challenge with war situation, etc., we can also see that it could be a safer for the system to be robust, that you have a small scale. Because if you are basically destroying some of the large, maybe you have some of the smaller. So it's actually robust in a system to have a mixture of large and small scale. Related to the EVs, we had a quite long debate. I'm an EV driver myself, and we have obviously very different view on that. So, and I can say that scientifically, what we see in future is that the EVs could be supportive for the grid. That EVs could actually be large batteries that you will eventually go around with and can feed in. And the technology now to feed in the grid, it's coming. It has taken a little bit of time, but some of the manufacturers now are doing that. Tesla is doing that, and Volvo is launching this year. So it will come now that we can use the batteries also as a storage. But probably it might be cheaper to buy a battery instead of buying a car that has a battery. But we will see. But I think your question is very interesting because we see it's a mixture here with large scale, small scale, and probably at the end, it's good with a mixture. It makes our total system more stable, but also more complicated. And it's complicated in a lot of sense. One is the law system. In Sweden, we have to change a lot of our laws to being able to fit in, to being able to build the cables between your houses. We're not allowed to do that. So this relates to whole the society of changing laws etc. So it's very interesting. So would you like to add?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that statement as well. Thanks for your question. I don't mean to alarm you. I don't want to punish anybody for adopting a certain lifestyle. I just don't think that people who want to live a certain way and that imposes a cost on others, that should be subsidized by others. So, for example, if you want to live in a detached home and you want to have as many cars as you want, you should actually be supporting public transport and you should be supporting high-density housing, because there are going to be fewer people on the road when you want to take your car for a drive, and there are going to be fewer neighbors who are bothering you when you're living in your nice villa. So I just want everything to be to have the right incentives so that we're not, for example, right now, the OECD countries and the G20 countries are collectively subsidizing fossil fuels to the tune of $600 billion a year. And then you have to ask yourself, is it a penalty to take that away? Or is it just correcting market imperfections?
Okay. So thank you so much for your question. So I think we will continue on our list. So now it's France, and I will look here on my list so I can find you. I'm sorry, I'm not used to this list. Oh, I don't even see it. So where are you?
Yes. Oui, c'est bon.
Welcome, our next speaker.
C'est bon. Oui. Merci. C'est en tant que président du groupe d'études de l'Assemblée nationale du groupe d'études énergie durable et hydrogène, et en tant que député des Hautes-Alpes, donc un territoire de montagne, voire de très haute montagne.
It's a very mountainous region.
I don't hear anything.
Et d'un territoire.
I come from the Hautes-Alpes, which is a very mountainous region. It's very sunny even in the winter, but it also gets extremely cold during the winter. And I'd be interested to hear more about energy production and the complementary use of different types of energy. For a long time, we've talked about the independence of our continent on raw materials. We need to find clever processes which will give us as much independence as possible vis-à-vis these raw materials, such as the use of geothermal energy or the production of biogases. Another way of achieving this is low-carbon hydrogen, produced by nuclear power from new generation reactors, less dependent on raw materials, it must be said. So we need to achieve shared objectives so that the EU can have legislative texts which are really consistent. It is absolutely essential in order to avoid new dependencies.
Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry. I actually know a little bit of French, but not enough to not use this. Yeah. Would anyone like to comment? Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a great question asking about the diversity and the need for a portfolio approach. And all of the studies I've seen, none of them show one energy source, right? They all show a mix. And so finding ways to accelerate the growth of these fossil-free energy sources is crucial, and figuring out how they can work together technically and also politically, because we need energy sources and energy interests to coexist within society. So finding ways is certainly necessary to meet both our climate goals and also our energy security goals.
Thank you so much. Yep.
Yes, I can also just add, it's very interesting, the comment about the production of hydrogen through nuclear power. I know there are different technologies actually to do that, and I'm not familiar with all of them, but one of them is actually requiring the same materials more or less than producing, because it's still producing hydrogen through electrolysis. It just is high temperature electrolysis. So yes, it can maybe solve part of the problem in diversifying the materials that we needed, but maybe not solving entirely. But it's a very interesting point that was raised.
Thank you. Are you happy? Yes. Good. So then we will continue with our next speaker. Welcome.
Thank you. I was inspired by the story of Mr. Sadiq, but please feel free to comment for all the experts, of course. In the Netherlands, the discussion on taxing activities that are seen as polluting by citizen consumption is rising, as new measurements are needed to be applied to achieve our climate goals. However, we face problems with higher prices for parts of society which cannot pay those higher taxes. And we see that state-led subsidies mostly go to households that are able to pay for the higher cost, starting cost of products, like for example, EVs. And this is creating tension with the willingness to achieve these climate goals. Like, for example, a tax on meat or mixing biofuels with gasoline, which will increase prices of these basic products for consumption. How are we going to make these new technologies available to all?
Yeah, any comments from the panel? Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess you're asking about these two facets of like. So on the one hand, you will be penalizing activities that are somehow carbon intensive, and then at the same time, you want to make the green technologies available more to people, not just the wealthy households. And yeah, I think that's where definitely the reduction of consumption comes in. You get the price signal to reduce the consumption. Maybe you don't need to build out as much supply capacity. The cost on the vulnerable households, that's what you're concerned about, that can be handled through transfer payments. Transfer payments, like we got in Sweden for high electricity prices, they were sent to everybody, which doesn't make any sense. Why should someone who is in a wealthy household be getting price support for something that is should be more targeted towards different lower income households? So I think in the same sense, if there are taxes on consumption and on carbon production activities, there can always be transfer payments to people who are more affected by them by reducing the subsidies for a resource-intensive lifestyle like the one that I just mentioned.
Thank you so much. Any other one may comment? Yeah.
I think if we're to, thank you for the question. I think if we're to make technologies more available to everyone, the first thing that we need to do is actually scale the technologies. And in order to do that, it's going to require investment. So investment, it's going to be expensive in the beginning, but the payback times will be worth it. We also need to increase the competition for the different technologies as well. So you can't have just dominating technologies. If we have several that can compete against each other, you'll be able to lower the prices. And with the addition of scaling the technologies, you'll actually make the technologies available for everybody and cost effective. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. So then we have our next speaker, please.
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank Sweden for hosting this pertinent event. And I would like to reiterate the problem that we have been talking about already today about dependence on China and other exporting countries for rare earths and minerals. And I would like to stress as well that we are in the same way, of course, also dependent for nuclear power on the technology that is not being produced on the European continent. So I feel like that the only way that we can somehow compete with the future of the energy sector is to actually innovate ourselves. And I think there is a lot to do also in terms of renewables. For now, I don't think this is really a fossil-free energy source, since all of these solar panels and also wind farms are obviously produced also with a lot of fossil energy coming from fossil fuels, of course. So there is a lot to do also, and in terms of recycling of this of solar panels, that will become a huge problem in 2 decades, I guess, already. So I think there is a lot of work needs to be done in terms of circular economies, that we can actually recycle these materials, which are hard to recycle, as we know. So then maybe I would like to, just the way I see is that nuclear is something that is necessary right now in order to prevent this or tackle this fluctuation of the renewable energy. But on the long term, I don't see this as a sustainable source of energy. It's certainly not renewable. renewable, but it is something that we need to use right now because of other limitations. And I would like to also maybe just put away an idea that we would need to integrate more in terms of the energy system in the European Union. I think there is like a lot of potential in offshore wind farms that not all of the countries have access to. Why don't we work together and build like international wind farms in the offshore region, in the offshore, as well as in North Africa by collaborating with countries which are obviously have big immigration problems that are also affecting the European Union. Why don't we build solar panels there and maybe to drive hydropower that we will also need in the future? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. I would like to comment twice here. One about the recycling. I'm happy to say that in Sweden we have research now on the next generation of nuclear, which is recycling. The idea is to recycle the fuel. So that is very long term. Related to offshore and joint projects, they are within the green package, the European Union. There are a couple of joint projects already planned for offshore wind. So that's very good, and it hopefully will come more. So any comments from the panel? No? You're happy so? Okay, thank you so much for your comment. So we have our final speaker from Romania, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Laurent Tonta. I'm the chairman of the Energy Committee from the Romanian Senate. Of course, I'm very honored to be here, and I'd like to congratulate Sweden for this great initiative. And now, politically speaking, I think that we should go back to the roots and to remember our common slogan, unity in diversity. And why I'm saying this? Because this energy crisis actually showed us that yes, the European Union faced an energy crisis, but this energy crisis, it was not the same for each country. For example, Romania is more than 90% in terms of natural gas is independent. We have a quite healthy energy mix. 20% of nuclear, 20% of hydro, 20% of natural gas, based on natural gas, 20% of renewables, and around 15 and 20% based on coal. So what are the challenges in common we have? I think that it's very important to redraw the market design. We have a huge issue related to the marginal price, so we have to solve this problem. Meanwhile, we have huge issues regarding the imbalances, and these imbalances are created because of the renewables. And although we have to understand that without base load electricity production capacities, speaking about industrialization, it's just an utopia. So what do we have already actually in the European Union? We have the taxonomy, where thanks to God, last year the European Commission declared the nuclear as a clear energy, and the natural gas as a transitional resource. So what we need actually, brave and responsible policymakers. So I think that I really don't have a concrete question. I just wanted to add these remarks because I think that for all of us, the base load capacity is very important, and of course, to have enough brave politicians to take decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was a very, very nice closing comment, I think. Maybe that's where we are. Would you like to make any comments from here? No?
I'll make a comment. Okay. So thanks for your remarks, and also the earlier remark about having resources that could be shared across the whole continent. And for me, the principle here is externalities. When you have something, a good or service that creates positive externalities, then I'm like, well, Romania, why don't you just take care of everything, and I'm Sweden, and I'm just going to sit here and freeload off of you. Or you have a negative externality, you're producing emissions, and you're saying, why should I reduce my emissions? Most of the benefit is going to go to the neighboring countries. We need an architecture to allow us to share these resources in an equitable manner, and that's where I guess you come in and we come in order to devise the mechanisms that will enable this sharing, where we can all see the value in cooperating, in realizing the potential of these externalities, whether they're good or bad, and coming up with incentives to have enough good resources and in order to mitigate the impact of emissions. So I think that's something that you should try to sell to your constituents as a politician.
Well, I think it was a very good comment that we need the diversity and we also need the understanding of our differences and how we can contribute together. So I'm very grateful for all your comments here, and I'm very happy for the panel giving a very great contribution, and I'm happy for being able to stand here. So thank you, everyone, for our session. Yes, I think we are
Thank you, Lina.
done. Yes. Thank you.
Like I said, thank you, Lina, and thanks to the panel, but also thanks to everyone that took part in these discussions. And I'm a bit disappointed in my Swedish colleagues that were so shy during these two sessions that gave them the opportunity to use this chamber of theirs. But instead, we got to listen a lot of comments from other countries, which of course is very interesting. And I think the combination between politicians and researchers, politics and academia is very good, because we always hear that politicians should listen to the experts and should listen to the academia. But I also believe it's good that the academia and the researchers listen to the politicians, because my experience is that some researchers are very good in their topics, but perhaps not so good at understanding the voters. And as a politician, you need to listen both to the expert, but also to the voters. And most of the voters aren't experts. And those are the ones that cast the votes, and they have the same amount of votes as an expert. So the contributions that we've had today, I think, is valuable for many good reasons. But with that being said, I would like to thank you so much for letting me be the host for this conference, and I would like to hand over the floor to my deputy chairman, Elizabeth, that will have the concluding words of today. Thank you once again.
Öppna. It's slow, but it's getting there. Thank you very much, Tobias. Dear European colleagues and guests, as I said, my name is Elizabeth Landgren-Quist. I am the deputy chair of this committee. It has been a true honor to host you here today, and also yesterday for those of you who had the opportunity to come to the Vasa Museum. This theme might sound a bit dull to someone coming from the outside. Challenges and opportunities for the future of energy supply. And energy supply and energy has for a number of years by consumers and business considered as something that was just there at a very low cost. Renewables were growing and adding to the capacity in the system, and honestly, very few were questioning the whole stability of the European energy system. In 2014, I visited the Tesla manufacturing plant in the Bay Area of San Francisco. At that point, I was a business leader, and I remember thinking to myself, with this pace of production, this is never going to work. The next year, in 2015, 1,000 Teslas were sold in Sweden. That was considered the first fully electricity car. At that point, few, but probably many of you, as you are very insightful, understood the future demand for batteries, rare earth materials, and new ways of extracting and producing raw materials. I'm looking back to history to make us all remember the speed of change. This happened just in 7 or 8 years. In tech, we love disruptive technologies, but the truth is that the goals for a zero-emission society and the technology is developing to solve these goals together with the geopolitical challenges are putting a disrupting pressure on us as politicians. As Minister Bush said, we must become independent of Russia. And as we have discussed here today, switching to clean energy, we will, as Dr. Timur Gul said in the first speech of today, be very dependent on materials from China. We must also become independent of China. And I believe that these objectives of independence can only be accomplished together in Europe. There are strong voices all over Europe that want to go backwards and make the energy market a national one. That will not solve the independence issues that we have at hand. We will, because we have different conditions, continue to have different energy mixes, but there are many things that we will need to work on together. Some of that are the issues that we need and must solve on a national level. And we share, like things such as how to make the establishing of new energy sources accepted by the local public, as we just discussed, whether that being solar, wind, or nuclear. This is something that we, as European colleagues, can continue to discuss. So I hope that you keep the list of participants and reach out to each other to understand if someone may have figured out ways to get more acceptance or new incentives or a regulation that you'd like to copy. Because this is not going to be a smooth ride to do this, to make all these decisions. Finally, I'd like to thank the team here in the Swedish Riksdag that planned this conference and made everything for us participants go very, very smoothly. And we end today where we started yesterday, with a guided tour. At the coffee, you can join a tour of the Parliament. There will be one English tour or a couple of English tours, and there will be one French tour for approximately 45 minutes if you want to understand how the other buildings that we have not been on today. So thank you all, dear friends, for participating and sharing your perspectives here today. Thanks.